Chapter 4:01 The Real Threat. Jake and his group continued to run furiously long after the shrill squeaks of the monsters had subsided. It had to be said that the string of system notifications had not helped them relax at all. The Oracle had waited for the ship to ditch them before tasking them with all these missions, and that could only mean one thing. The previous incidents were at best not serious enough to warrant rewarding their efforts with points, and at worst foreseen from the start. In any case, for them, this did not bode well. Considering that the first side mission they had received had been simply to reach the command room, which had proved to be ludicrously simple, the second option was more likely. Embarrassingly, it was Will who forced the group to stop. Although his THIGH injury had been transferred to Jake, his stamina was simply the worst of the group. Even Tim and Lily weren't sweating as much as he was. His face was red and congested, and he was wheezing like a tuberculosis patient on his last breath. He looked like he was going to collapse at any moment. Seeing his condition, Jake made no comment and immediately looked for an unlocked door among those lining the endless hallway where they were wandering aimlessly. After a few unsuccessful attempts, he gave up and directly punched the identification device of the nearest door. The door not opening for all that, he grumbled in a bad mood and then pressed his burning hands against the thick metal structure, which started to redden, then melt in a few seconds. It was no easy feat, and he had to mobilize all the ether and fluid at his disposal to accomplish this task in record time. Using his telekinesis, he wrapped himself with the molten metal as a precautionary measure before carefully stepping inside. His ether vision didn't notice anything special in the darkness, but his mental scan did find a few mummified corpses lying in the room. One of them had literally hauled himself to death in what appeared to have been a refrigerator, while the other two still had their bones intertwined after killing each other. The weapons responsible for these crimes were still in the desiccated CHESD of their respective victims, namely a cartridge pen and a huge syringe. Without proper light, it was difficult to reconstruct the actual scene, but at least the fluid cores and meridians of these corpses were intact. Unexpected as it may seem, they had escaped the attention of the parasites and fluid ghosts all this time. Most interestingly, their souls had dissipated in a natural way, or the resulting fluid ghosts would have naturally devoured all those fresh fluid cores at their disposal. It was too tempting a buffet to be ignored for those brainless supernatural creatures. Yet, the situation was not normal. The fact that one of them had been so terror-stricken that he had deliberately chosen to stay in a fridge until he died, while the other two, obviously colleagues, had killed each other for an equally mysterious reason, was a cruel reminder that these humans had not fully succeeded in escaping their enemy's grip. Still, they were indeed long dead, and the room was clean. Jake sighed with relief and motioned for his comrades to enter. Once everyone was inside, he warmed up the metal surrounding him and repatched the space behind him without the slightest bit of finesse. It looked like a red-hot metal blob of spit, but it still did the job. Finally safe, at least that was the relative impression they had. Will slid down to the floor before taking a bottle of water out of his space storage and chugging it down the neck. Crackle. Hearing the crackling sound under his BUTTOCKS, Will sensed something was wrong, but he was too tired to care. He was already seeing stars. It was Vincent's mocking remark, pointing a flashlight at him, that made him regain a surge of vigor. Nice seat. Crap. Will sprang up with the abrupt rise in adrenaline, but his exhaustion caught up with him immediately, and he almost fell back again. If Kevin hadn't caught him by the back of his collar, he would have definitely embarrassed himself in front of everyone. Have you also been poisoned? Jake asked with a frown. His concern was not feigned. It was a possibility. Whether it was the substance these parasitic monsters produced, a venom contained in their claws and fangs, or the pathogenic bacteria swarming in their saliva, these monsters were a breeding ground for potentially deadly dangers. Except that at that very moment for Will, Jake's genuine concern dealt a deep blow to his ego, and he almost choked himself to death as he caught his breath. He wasn't sure yet, but he couldn't say it. His mouth opened, but no sound came out. He was really at his wit's end. Good God, they had run more than 10 kilometers in one go, sprinting like there was no tomorrow. That he was still alive was already worthy of praise. While thinking this way, he did not even realize that his thoughts were no longer coherent. With the Murtharian body bonus, 10 kilometers should have been nothing. He would have loved to say that he was doing the best he could under the circumstances, but his previous swearing had drained him of his last strength. Instead of answering, he plopped down against a wall again, this time in a place without dead bodies. Honestly said, well, wasn't that bad. He was simply with the wrong teammates. Because of the ether density being raised to 200, his once decent ether stats were now equal to that of the natives, and that was only because the Oracle took pity on the participants by raising their ether stats preemptively to keep them from suffering too much. The Oracle system had elevated the stats of the weaker participants to this lower limit, but this meant, among other things, becoming a mere human again, or nearly so. Without the passive bonus of the Murtharian body bestowed by their faction, he would have never gotten so far. At the same time, Jake and Kevin both proved themselves worthy of their monster status. Kevin was still in his were-bear form after all, but the large wound on his belly had almost closed. Jake had also healed his own leg wound. Between his body and ether stats, his vitality was still almost 60 times that of the natives of this world. By focusing all of his green ether on this wound, recovery in less than an hour was not surprising. However, it came at a cost, and the two cousins were now hungry. Without further ado, they dug into their supply of digester jerky and began to gorge themselves while they still could. Who knows when these monsters would come back? Despite their apparent safety, the only light they had was from their flashlights, and none of them dared to make any more noise than necessary for fear of attracting the monsters they had just shaken off. So the eating was done in total darkness, with a leaden silence. Except for Jake and Kevin, who were busy feeding their stomachs, no one managed to relax. The chewing noises of the two cousins did not help. About 20 minutes later, after wolfing down several pounds of meat, Jake stopped eating, then Kevin a few minutes later. "Will, how are you feeling?" Jake inquired again about his condition. Inwardly, he felt that this companion of his should not have been so drained. "Will." No answer. "Fuck. Will, it's not funny." This kind of joke wasn't quite the businessman's style, and Essia, who was crouched next to him, immediately steered a small fireball over to shed some light on him. Seeing his sorry state, everyone drew a cold breath. Will was sprawled unconscious on his side, his breathing so shallow that he might as well have been dead. Their friend's body right now had become horribly pale, almost translucent, as if he were about to disappear. The fluid core behind his glabella was now visible, forming a blackish almond surrounded by a network of tiny dark veins occupying his entire skull and tapering off at the throat level until vanishing completely. These were his fluid meridians, and they should have been covering every inch of the body of a healthy native. Fluid was vital to everything in this world, like ether in the mirror universe. If an object, living or not, reached an ether density of 0, it would simply cease to exist. Intuitively, Jake had thought until then that this fluid core was just a bonus, but apparently he was wrong. No, fluid and ether were ultimately the same thing. Will shouldn't have been affected that much. Enya beat him to it as she rested her bracelet against the nerd's own. "As I thought," she sighed, hating herself for not thinking of it sooner. "He should be all right, but that was a close call. It would have been hazardous if it had been someone else who was affected." Her reply raised many doubts, but surprisingly Essia, who had been the most seriously injured, appeared to also share their incomprehension. "Can you fill us in?" Vincent grumbled with annoyance. All that tension had finally gotten the better of his nerves. "I think it's best for you guys to take a look for yourself," Enya retorted without getting upset. With a thought, she transferred to all of them Will's oracle status that she had peered into a few seconds ago, and the truth of the matter was thus fully revealed before their very eyes. Ether status. Strength, S0.54. Agility, A0.63. Constitution, C0.42. Vitality, V0.37. Intelligence, I11.3. Perception, P9.9. Extrasensory perception, EP 12.1. These ether stats were not temporary. They would never rise back to their maximum intrinsic value. The 200 points ether density of this world would theoretically allow him to regain proper stats, but once back in the mirror universe his stats would remain as displayed above. His standard of existence as a life form had been lowered so much that the weakest of earthlings could have sent him into the afterlife with a single flick of the wrist. Only his cognitive faculties had barely been preserved. He was still fine a few minutes ago when we were running. Why didn't we notice anything? And why are the two sisters okay? Daniel raised the two main issues in deep concern. The family man was not stingy with words, but he had a good head on his shoulders. He rarely spoke for nothing. Several possibilities. Jake said flatly. First of all, he's the only one who's been bitten for a long time. Enya and Essia only suffered lacerations. Will may have been aware that his injury was more serious than it appeared, hence his initial refusal to transfer it. To tell the truth, Essia and I were also harmed, but we just lost a small amount of fluid. At the time, it didn't seem like such a big deal. The young woman hastily admitted. Sorry, big sister, but I lied. Essia fidgeted nervously. My fireball skill is gone. Chapter 402 Fear of Failure. What? The gasp was unanimous. Such a rebound could not be taken lightly. If this continued over time, the repercussions would not be limited to this ordeal alone. Why didn't you say anything? Enya questioned her with a hurt expression. I didn't want to worry you. Her sister confessed sheepishly. In response, Jake and the others drew a long, weary sigh. They couldn't really blame her, but it was clear that she was partially responsible for Will's condition. If she had spoken up a little earlier, they might have been able to act in time. Though, the biggest culprit was Will himself. It would have been enough for him to tell them about it. Even without any solution, it would have at least warned the rest of the group. After Jake reconfirmed that Will's condition was not worsening, he asked the younger sister a few more questions to clarify the facts. It turned out that this skill's disappearance was not just a matter of missing words in her oracle status. Essia had also lost most of her past memories of using this skill. Fireballs being her preferred means of attack, she consequently had quite a few holes in her memory. The bite of these monsters targets the soul, the brain, and the ether code. Vincent concluded pessimistically. They all had ugly faces at this point. If they could recover with time, it wouldn't be so bad, but that hardly seemed to be the case. We need to stabilize Will first. Jake refocused the topic on their unconscious comrade. I already said he should recover with enough rest. Enya repeated a second time. You're wrong. Daniel curtly disagreed with her, without Jake having to make an argument. If these stats are right, he should already be dead. Enya pondered these words for a brief moment. Then her face lit up in understanding. I get it now. I don't. Tim and Lily objected in unison. In a word, gravity. Vincent coughed, clearing his throat. Because the ether density of this world is 20 times higher than normal, the drop in his strength and constitution stats should have killed him. It wasn't hard to understand with their intelligence, but not everyone among them had a basic understanding of physics. They had to explain in detail these basic notions so that the two children, Essia and Enya, could understand the issue. The two sisters' world was not so backward, but the laws of physics were approached from a magical angle. As long as it worked, it was good. A bit like acupuncture or the placebo effect. They didn't need to understand the how and why. That doesn't explain why he is still alive. Enya finally said, as far as I know, he doesn't have an ether or oracle skill to survive this, right? At least, I didn't see any of that in his status. That's because the ambient ether makes up some of that deficit. Daniel explained serenely. Regardless of our actual stats, they'll tend toward 200 as long as we're here. His ether deficit is causing a local vacuum that the surrounding ether is trying to fill, but he'll still die if we do nothing. Unless his stats stop dropping. Jake added. His AI was probably affected, or it would have automatically maxed out his stats to their original value. I know he has enough ether in storage for that. In any case, it's a reassuring discovery. It means that under normal circumstances, it's impossible for our ether levels to drop below the level of the world we're in. Let's be wary though. A little more, and Will would be gone. Right? So what do we do? Kevin grinned, playing dumb. For real. Enya snorted with a derisive look as she connected her bracelet to Will's again in order to manually re-encode his stats. Naturally, she paid the few thousand points needed to complete the transaction. Even though it was only a few points, everyone contributed equally, including Kevin with a wry laugh. Within seconds, Will's color returned and his intangible body became solid and grounded in reality again. Everyone was relieved to see that this method worked, but they were soon disappointed. A few minutes later, Will's ether stats dropped again and he became translucent as if he were about to disappear for good. In the end, They repeated the procedure over 6 times before his stats stabilized completely. FUCK, he better pay for the next restaurant when we get back. Kevin loudly cursed as he thought back to all that precious ether wasted. Ignoring his stingy cousin, Jake and the others then inspected Essia, who despite her reassuring smile was also growing increasingly pale. Jake had long since scanned Will and Essia and knew that this was not a poison, but a bacterium harbored by the creatures that had injured them. It was in their saliva, but also on their skin, teeth, and claws. Truly a perfect example of symbiotic evolution, as disgusting as it was. With enough time, they would probably weave the dreaded substance giving birth to these monsters, devouring the vital organs one by one. Don't use your flames to kill them, Jake ordered Enya as he saw her approaching her sibling. Let her immune system do its job. The 3 cousins, who had the best constitution and vitality of the group, all pressed a hand against Essia's back and transferred ether to her, until her boosted immunity did the rest. When they removed the golden and emerald halo enveloping her, she was completely healed. Phew, not as problematic as I thought. Kevin laughed proudly. Jake and me are basically immune with our body stats. Don't speak too soon. Vincent snapped, punching him in the shoulder. We don't know anything about these creepy critters, and I wouldn't advise you to let them bite you. You're already stupid. If you lose a few more memories or skills like Essia, you'll definitely become a retard. Bad joke. Essia grunted. Inwardly, she was extremely distressed about having forgotten something important. Talk to your Oracle AI. Jake patted her back. The bracelet keeps everything. Even if you forgot your fireball skill, you should be able to learn it again. Oh, why didn't I think of that sooner? Essia became hopeful again. After a moment, she shouted, "It works." Everyone was relieved to hear the news. It would have been terrifying if the Oracle AI was also damaged. All that was left now was to confirm with Will when he woke up. It's reassuring, but unlike them, our minds are linked, she warned him in a somber tone. If your soul is affected, I doubt I'll get through this unscathed. I can make copies of the information, but I can't hide them from the Oracle system. They will instantly know something is wrong with both of us. Then let's avoid getting hit. That was the only answer Jake could give her. Even though he was putting on a brave face in front of the others, he was just as worried. A few minutes later, Will came to. How are you feeling? How many fingers do I have? What's your name? Do you remember how much you owe me? Kevin promptly threw a barrage of questions at him to make sure he was mentally sound. Fine. 4. Will Hopkins. Go FUCK yourself. You're the one who owes me 400 ether points. And what's with all the questions? He's fine, Kevin announced with a victorious smile. But sorry, I'm afraid you are now the one in debt. Will looked at them in turn, and seeing their serious expressions, he growled. What is he talking about? Talk to your Oracle AI, Jake said again. As the businessman listened to his AI's report and patched up the many holes in his recent memory, his expression darkened until he let out a lengthy, defeated sigh. That was close. I screwed up big time on that one. Will acknowledged frankly. Glad you realized that. Jake wanted to lecture him, but seeing him aware of the problem, he lost his drive. Did you lose one of your skills like Essia? What? Essia lost it. His response was as expected. After being updated by his friends, he confirmed their doubts. That explains the memory lapses. Fortunately, my AI was there. Although he didn't tell them which of his skills were missing, his pale, alarmed face was more than enough of a prediction. In the end, his AI had solved the problem as it had for Essia, and that was all that mattered. Yet, no one was deceiving themselves. A past memory forgotten, then rediscovered was not quite the same thing. It was hard to predict whether it would have consequences. With Essia and Will out of the way, they could finally focus on their surroundings. A dark room, 3 dead bodies, and a smell mixed with rust and staleness. They hardly dared to whisper and move, for fear of making any noise, but if they wanted to leave this place one day, they had to finish their missions. The big difference, however, compared to before, was that they now feared these aliens. Death was no longer inconsequential, even if they survived their ordeal. Sometimes Jake couldn't help but wonder in irony if the Oracle was aware of all these dangers, or if he was purposely messing with them. After a short break, Jake and the 2 sisters provided light by wafting some fireballs around them, and the group proceeded to explore the room. There was a risk that the monsters could detect these heat sources, but well, Everything was risky down here. Except for the fridge containing a corpse and some screens and other machines that were turned off, they found nothing conclusive. All these devices were intriguing, but they were old, and with no power to make them work was hopeless. But they did not give up the search. Besides these old devices, there was also a shelf full of binders and some books filled with incomprehensible formulas. With his knowledge, Jake recognized some terms and was able to deduce that they were researching the genome of an unknown creature. Maybe the one of the monsters crawling all over the station. After a while, Tim's excited voice rang out. I found something. Chapter 403 Diary, Part 1. SHHHH. Lily pressed both her hands against the youth's mouth in panic, almost choking him. The rest of the group held their breath, their hearts pounding as they listened for any suspicious noise on the other side of the door. Clang, clang. Kevin was the first to hear the rattling from the pipes above them, followed by Jake and the others. Did they find us? Jake wasn't sure, but his knuckles had turned white from gripping his machete so hard. If the ceiling threatened to collapse, he would strike instantly. After a few minutes, the rattling drifted away before being replaced by silence again. Phew, this ordeal is not good for my blood pressure. Daniel tried to play it down with little success. With the monsters gone, Kevin gave a gentle slap to the back of Tim's head to relieve his excess stress. If you want to die, you don't have to drag us down with you, he muttered under his breath. Sorry. Still, the calm returned. They could finally get interested in Tim's discovery. It was an old notebook with a thick worn leather binding. In a world where technology was so advanced, it was a very backward object that didn't really belong here. The same was true of the shelf crumbling under the burden of binders filled with reports and formulas. If it wasn't a bureaucratic whim or a habit of these researchers, then the power outage or the malfunctioning of their electronics had constrained them to change their ways. What made this leather notebook different from the many binders on the shelf was its contents and the location where Tim had found it. First, the notebook was in the inside pocket of the corpse's lab coat curled up in the refrigerator. It was honestly quite bold for Tim to have gone straight to the body. Second, the contents stood out from the rest. When they opened the notebook, it was not mathematical formulas and strange symbols that jumped out at them, but a text written in ink with a graceful and delicate calligraphy. It would not have been surprising if the corpse in the fridge had been a woman while still alive. Its smaller size than the other two corpses corroborated this hypothesis. Because they had a language kit that came with their ordeal identity, it only took one look to realize that it was a diary. Alas, the pages were yellowed and brittle as old parchment, the cold, damp environment of the refrigerator having somewhat damaged the text. The refrigerator, like everything else, had eventually broken down, and the corpse inside was nothing more than a desiccated mummy, indicating that the inside of the fridge had not been completely sealed or properly closed for a long time. Nonetheless, for a while, the inside of the refrigerator must have been cold and abnormally humid because of the rotting corpse. The loss of the refrigerator's integrity had saved the diary. Jake was the group leader, so Tim put the diary in his hands first, though he simply scanned it to copy its contents onto the bracelet. With She's computing power, it would be much easier to fix damaged areas where the ink had smudged or disappeared. A few of his comrades did the same, while others not so wealthy or interested, such as Kevin and the two children, just skimmed it. Can you get anything readable back? Jake asked without much hope. Wait a minute, she said, inviting him to be patient. Her tone reminded him of the annoying voices on some automated hotlines, and he was sure she was doing it on purpose. Very quickly, however, he got an answer. It would seem that this researcher was using coded language for her diary. She must not have trusted many people. If I replace that letter with this one, shift them 3 rows, use this factorial. Out of a sense of competition, Jake also tried to crack the diary code to pass the time, but after a few minutes of staring at the text with vacant eyes, he gave up. Just the little bit of text that remained was practically unreadable, and it was clear that he was not qualified in high-level mathematics. He was certainly smarter than before, a genius even, but he still couldn't improvise formulas that took years of thinking and demonstrating to discover. Even if he knew them, it would not be enough. Like credit card cryptography based on prime numbers, knowing how it worked was not enough to crack their security. Without a supercomputer or a quantum computer, these were insoluble problems, unless a new discovery simplified the process. Perhaps one day he would be able to do it. He had become a quite decent genetic novice in barely a month after all. On the mirror universe scale, not Earth. Regardless, he didn't underestimate himself. If his life was at stake, he was confident of cracking the code of this diary, but it would take considerable effort and a lot more time. In this respect, she was simply superior to him. That's it. I've got some of the text back. I'm transferring to you the logs I think are most relevant. 16th lunar cycle, 6th day, year 2738 of the Third Era. I am so excited. I heard that a fluid grandmaster from the Galactic Consortium is coming here for a top-secret mission. Yotai Shuren 3 has always been a high-security military research facility, but the last few years have been disappointing. Riva, those Rivian bastards, who used to contribute a lot of our funding, stopped supplying us, and we were forced to convert to a maintenance station. I don't even blame them. They say that it's not the Rivians' fault and that their planet is on its last legs. But because of them, what was only a cover in the beginning has become our main livelihood. What a sadness. Me and my colleagues came here to do research, not to do the maintenance of some star cruisers. But those dark times are behind us. With the official arrival of a fluid grandmaster, we can be sure that we shall have a proper job. We have to be on the main deck to greet him in 20 minutes. I am so nervous. I made up and dressed with my most beautiful dress and put on the pumps which I never wear because they make my feet hurt. I kept my white lab coat to look professional, but I can see from the jeering looks of my colleagues that they are judging me. They don't understand. The wife of a fluid grandmaster has as much clout as a queen, and she will never lack for anything. If all I have to do is show a little cleavage to change my fate, it's well worth that tiny sacrifice. Besides, I know for a fact that he's young. That's it, I met him. He is different from what I imagined. Very young, average height, raven black hair, but his skin was pale and his musculature lacking for such an trias warrior. One could have thought he was sick, and in a crowd no one would have paid the slightest attention. Oh, and he didn't even give me a glance, or anyone else for that matter. All that effort for nothing. He just shook hands with the station manager and followed her into her office. He was carrying several steel containers that looked like coffins, floating them behind him. It was awesome. I hope we get the project and the funding that goes with it. Fingers crossed. Jake paused his reading for a brief moment, taking a fresh look at the research room. They were working on a top-secret project that the Fluid Grandmaster was sponsoring. 2 neurons were enough to understand that something had gone wrong. He resumed his reading. 16th lunar cycle, 17th day, year 2738 of the Third Era. I have learned that the Fluid Grandmaster's name is Sigmar Elsenire. Contrary to what I thought, he did not leave. He has settled in the station with his trusted men. They all seem to be here for a while. If it wasn't such a silly idea, I'd even say they intend to establish themselves here. His men are more in line with the image I had of these epic fluid masters. Tough, athletic, and mysterious. My charm failed on Sigmar, but Ronald seems to have been won over. Or was it me who fell under his spell? Ah, he's so handsome. I think it's love at first sight. Ronald is very chatty, and he hardly hides anything from me. Who knew there were so many sordid stories about Egma? These politicians are as crooked and sinister as I imagined. Then again, he didn't have much to fear. The day after Sigmar and his men arrived, our task was revealed, and it was immediately announced that exits and communications to the outside of the base would henceforth be forbidden. Many bitched, but when faced with a Grandmaster it was all for naught. The log entry didn't seem to end there, but the ink had smudged at that point in the diary. It wasn't that bad though. Even without knowing their task, he could imagine what was in those steel coffins and what was expected of them. Jake continued to read the next few diary entries, which were incomplete and described the development of her romance with Fluid Master Ronald, as well as the lack of progress in her research. At some point, he came across a strange report that made him pause. His arms quivered slightly as a bad pang of foreboding ran down his spine. First lunar cycle, 22nd day, year 2739 of the Third Era. I learned something incredible today from Ronald that made my blood run cold. Sigmar and his men are all fugitives. The consortium wants them dead or alive, and they have a bounty on their heads. It broke something between me and Ronald. Maybe because I subconsciously see them now as criminals. Or maybe because I realized that a fluid master is just like any other human. He may have explained the reason and tried to play it down, but it doesn't change anything. The trust is gone. I feel uncomfortable with him. Apparently, another influential fluid grandmaster in the consortium is gunning for them. If Sigmar, a fluid grandmaster himself, is forced into hiding, then their situation is utterly hopeless. Still, a fluid grandmaster is someone important, and to get rid of them, this other grandmaster had sent them on an official mission to quell a rebellion. They did not desert. They fulfilled their mission. Fate smiled on them. The rebels were already dead, like everything else on their target planet. Instead, there were only monsters and a space rift. A gigantic rift. Chapter 404 Diary, Part 2. The text stopped there. Jake mused over this last sentence for a while, lost in thought. The word rift alone was innocuous, but it reminded him once again of the digesters and how they had attacked Earth 22 years earlier. If there was one thing he understood after his first two ordeals, it was that they all had a central theme to them. The first ordeal focused on the basics, preparing their physique and allowing them to develop some fundamental skills. In comparison, the second ordeal challenged their minds, while immediately putting them in a real-life situation in the worst possible way. For those whose first ordeal had been limited to physical exercise and high spirits, it was the difference between day and night. Danger was everywhere, and everything had to be achieved on your own to move forward. With the fluid's introduction, Jake had thought for a while that this ordeal was a way to familiarize them with the ether and how it worked, but with the addition of these parasitic monsters, he was no longer sure. Subconsciously, Jake and Will shared a look, and they read the same suspicion in each other's eyes. Even if they're not digesters, they look like them. Will said telepathically using the communication function of his bracelet. I know. Jake nodded, before calling on his AI. Do you know if exposure to digesters or similar monsters is part of the tutorial that makes up the first 4 ordeals? I'm not sure. She hesitated for a brief moment. Part of my memory is blocked, but at least I know that the digesters are not what they seem. If they were real digesters, the Oracle would never let you into this world. He would have sent a legion of Oracle Guardians instead to clean the area. The digesters would also have begun to spread throughout this seed world with their ability to spawn from nothing. Without really knowing why, Jake didn't feel much more reassured after this answer. His instincts came from the fiasco during his first ordeal. It may have been unthinkable for the other players, but how could he forget that the Oracle system was far from infallible? Turning his attention back to the diary, he wanted to continue reading, but realized that not all the following diary entries had been saved. The isolated words formed an unintelligible content. On the other hand, this researcher liked to report all the gossip about the station in her diary. Most of it was irrelevant, but one gossip caught his eye. Today, I've seen Sigmar enter Wendy's room. I'm so jealous. Jake chuckled inwardly. Even a venerable fluid grandmaster had some urges. The few other sentences she was able to retrieve mentioned Kobe's number 7 and 9, as well as Project Transcendence. On the last few pages, she kept repeating that she was terrified and suffering from severe anxiety attacks. Her colleagues, her shadow, and even her reflection in the mirror terrified her. Alas, she did not tell why. In the end, only the last entry in the diary was transcribed in full by she, the original page still containing brownish traces of dried blood on it. 7th lunar cycle, 18th day, year 2747 of the 3rd era. Sigmar has decided to kill us all. He gave us each a poison pill, but we refused to take it. My colleagues think he has gone mad, but they don't realize it. We are insane. We all are. Oh, what have we done? Damn it. I'm writing these words hidden inside a fridge. Isn't this the most blatant proof of their madness? I hope I won't hurt anyone else, but on the other hand, I don't want to die like this. But terror prevents me from doing so. These things are lurking nearby. I can hear them. I can also hear Raga and Shurton's voices, but their shrieks are not human anymore. The way it's going, it's not Sigmar who will kill me first if I leave this fridge. My battery is running low, and I'm freezing. I don't know how long I've been in this fridge, but I'll never get out. It's too late for me. Fear has gripped me. I haven't heard Raga and Shurton for a long time. All is silence. And yet, as soon as the thought of leaving crosses my mind, a creaking from the pipes or heavy thuds closing in reminds me cruelly that I am not alone. I am hungry. I hear them calling me, but I resist. The devil, that abomination they created, is still alive. I can feel it. If I can feel its call, it means that Sigmar has probably failed. I am dying. The corruption finally got the better of me. Kabai 8 and 11, or should I call them converters, have got the better of my mind. Despite this, I can't help but laugh. My body is freezing and I can't move even though I dream of sinking my fangs into the flesh of Raga and Shirton. Oh Ronald, how I would love to see you again to taste your blood. Would you still be so arrogant if I devoured your heart? Damn, I'm crazy. The funny thing about all this is that I'm happy. I'm not afraid anymore. The darkness, the cold of this fridge, the rattling, the growls, I don't care. How can I write if I am freezing? Would you believe it if I told you that I awakened my fluid core just now? From madness and alienation comes power. This rotten fluid doesn't have only disadvantages, I guess. But I digress. So, back to how I write, it's simple. I think, and the words write themselves. What a shitty ability. My thoughts are slowing down. Despite that, I am hungry and angry. How ironic to starve in a fridge. My life will have been one big joke until the end. Jake stood stunned for a long moment after reading this. He could imagine what kind of hell she had gone through during her last moments. This woman whose name had never been mentioned was stronger mentally than he had thought. As death approached, she had regained her lucidity, even allowing herself a little joke. If it was on a social network, he would have given her a thumbs up. His companions had also finished reading, and they exchanged meaningful looks. Enya even went back to check the corpse in the fridge in person, despite her disgust. Perhaps because she was a woman too, she couldn't help but feel immense sympathy towards her. Jake also went to inspect the corpse personally a second time. This time he was more thorough, checking the condition of every tooth, bone and tissue that was still intact. Where's the corruption she mentions? He wondered as he scanned the room again, focusing on the fluid and ether around him. The report detects nothing. She gave her verdict. But Emiwan and the woman in the diary briefly mentioned this. I think it's the work of those parasitic converters. They changed the fluid and the environment to make it more conducive to their kind. I wish it was a metaphor for a gas or some drug. Jake grumbled. If even the bracelet doesn't detect anything, that's not very encouraging. Yeah, if we were on B842, I would have said it was Digester's work. But here, I don't dare to conclude anything. Jake then examined the two remaining corpses that had murdered each other. He found nothing special. Perhaps because they had killed each other at the same time, nothing else had happened. The most disturbing miracle was how these three individuals had escaped the monsters all this time. Jake and his group may have been holed up here, but none of them thought they could stay here forever. It was a matter of minutes, hours at best. These corpses had been ignored for more than a century. According to she and the information gleaned from the Titan Pearl, they were now in the year 2887 of the Third Era, over 140 years after the last diary entry. It was just inconceivable. There must be some way to escape the attention of these monsters. Enya commented as she followed his reactions. Or they were left there intentionally. Vincent offered without conviction. Jake took one last look at the refrigerator before asking out loud, "What temperature is it?" 24 degrees Celsius. She answered immediately, followed by the same confirmation from Will and Kyle. That's not it then. Not necessarily. Don't forget you melted the metal door to force your way in. It must have been a lot colder before we got there, and the room was practically airtight. As if to prove him right, Daniel came back to them at this point with the two children to inform them that the vents and even the water drains and faucets had been sealed with welds. This room was indeed completely isolated from the outside world before their arrival. The three deceased researchers obviously knew what they were dealing with. The fluid ghosts probably appeared afterwards. The fluid in their cores had probably evaporated by this point. Will added convincingly. This meant that these corpses were effectively undetectable and of no interest to the monsters on this site. That's why they had been left to rot all this time. Bang! Ta-ta-ta! Everyone stiffened as they heard the series of gunshots. Help! Please, is anyone there? Panicked cries rang out from outside, but their cries for help were soon followed by a series of clangs reminiscent of the stealthy movements of monsters in the pipes. FUCK? If the monsters find us because of them, I'll kill them when we get back. Kevin transmitted telepathically. Can't we save them? Lily pleaded with tears in the corner of her eyes. Shut up, Kyle barked, the girl realizing she had spoken aloud. The clangs stopped briefly, as did the yelling and gunshots before they started up again. Is anyone there? We know you're there. Ta-ta-ta-ta. The monsters had arrived. Screams of agony began to echo down the hallway one by one. Bam! Bam! The armored door suddenly buckled, forming a dent in their direction. Someone was trying to destroy the door with some kind of heavy weapon. You bastards, open up. If you don't open up, we'll take you down with us. Those bastards. Kevin cursed aloud before realizing his mistake. The rattling coming from the pipes suddenly came closer, until the ceiling began to squeak above their heads. We rescrewed. We have to get out. We'll shout it. This time, everyone drew their weapons and donned their full gear, helmet and gloves included. Will also summoned his baby dragon for added protection. They had learned their lesson. Time to fight. Chapter 4:05 Prescience. Open up. Plea. The armored door turned white hot, then liquefied within a split second, and because of the lack of resistance, the man on the other side lost his balance as he swung his axe down. He toppled over, squealing as the molten metal engulfed him whole. From a distance, it looked as if a running man had collided with a white sheet hanging on a drying line. The reality was far more painful. With a snap of his finger, Jake rescued him from the molten metal before the consequences became irreversible, reforming a white-hot sphere over his open palm. The man shook his blistered head in all directions with a bewildered look, then tried to formulate something to no avail. Jake didn't have much time to pay attention to him anyway, because that was the moment the ceiling chose to collapse on them. Throwing the molten metal sphere into a corner, he raised his arms up urgently to restrain the entire ceiling with his telekinesis. Hurry up, he growled as he gritted his teeth with bulging arms. The group was quick to react. Kevin rushed towards the breach with long strides while morphing into a werebear. His stride turned into a trot, then a dash in the blink of an eye, opening the way for the others as expected of a tank like him. A wise decision. The ceiling of the hallway outside crumbled in turn, this time with no one to hold it up. The survivors' screams outside rang out again, as did the bursts of gunfire. Dozens of hybrid-looking four-legged creatures pounced on them, each too cramped to move properly through the drains. Kevin charged at the nearest monster straight away, punching it in the face before it could land on its feet. Vincent entered the hallway at that moment, grabbing a high-powered assault rifle to deal with the monster horde. Heat and energy weapons were useless, so they had long since prepared the necessary countermeasure. Everybody down, he yelled in warning. Kevin let out a guttural growl, but didn't dare disobey. He kicked the monster trying to tear its neck off, then retreated. As for the other survivors, they did what they could to get out of the way, but some of them were fated to fail with the mobs already on them. The gun was huge, looking more like a heavy machine gun than a simple submachine gun. The barrel of the weapon was actually wide enough to fit a tennis ball. According to Will, it was a firearm designed to pierce the think scales and hide of dinosaurs, a precaution he had deemed essential after experiencing the dangers of their second ordeal. Upon discovering the creature's flood, his cousin's pointed ears twitched briefly, an excited smile disfiguring his face. Then he opened fire unswervingly. A deafening din filled the hallway, as huge spent cartridges bounced off the floor behind him. The bullets, which were supposed to be powerful enough to put a hole in a T-Rex's skull, left only moderately deep indentations in the bodies of those parasites, but it was enough. The impact knocked them in the opposite direction, and despite their extreme resilience, the monsters remained stunned, unable to get up for a time. After a few more rounds, he had cleared the way, the tip of his gun still smoldering red and steaming. Nothing to be afraid of. Vincent laughed as he blew on his gun's muzzle. If you're not scared, you can stay here and die. Jake barked from across the room as he heard the ceiling creak above him. Remembering the urgency of the situation, Vincent stepped aside from the doorway and motioned to the others that the way was clear. The two sisters, followed by the two children, Will, Kyle, and Daniel, took turns exiting, leaving Jake alone inside. I feel useless. Enya sighed as she looked at the shotgun she barely knew how to use in her hands. Don't complain. We'll WHINED in turn. At least your flames are effective against the other players and natives of this world. In comparison, I'm just cannon fodder. Refuting his words, the 2M tall baby dragon nudged his head affectionately, earning Enya and Essia's rolling eye. The survivors in the hallway rose to their feet, hardly daring to believe they were still alive. 3 of them wore the Titan Pearl military uniform, while the 2 women wore a different, more eccentric outfit. Players. The man, who had tried to break down the door, and that Jake had nearly charred, wore a long dark tube on his belt, identifying him as an actual fluid wielder. Though, his level was probably not high. The scene had left him deeply shocked, and he was dumbly gazing at the ceiling, unable to understand why it hadn't collapsed yet. "What are you waiting for? Want to die for real this time?" Jake gave him a dismissive look. Coming to his senses, the warrior picked up his heavy axe, the same color as the tube on his belt, and joined the others outside the room. "Jake, the second wave is coming," Kevin urged him as he squinted down the long hallway. The rattling could be heard again, and the ceiling was buckling a few hundred meters away from them, the things inside the pipes converging on them at breakneck speed. "Got it." He walked backwards to the passageway with one hand aimed at the ceiling, then redirected the puddle of molten metal with his free hand to its original place. A rough weld replaced the original door for the second time in a row, except this time he tried to absorb the contained heat to speed up its cooling. It was a tricky operation, and he was sweating profusely by the time he released his mind control. But in the end, it was just a matter of seconds. Turning off his telekinesis, he heard the ceiling collapse with a heavy screech on the other side, although he hoped the door would hold long enough for them to escape. Time to go. But where? Kyle almost yelped as he heard the heavy tapping coming from the pipes a few feet behind him. "Enya and Essia, help me. The rest of you cover us," Jake ordered hastily. He activated his bloodline ignition at full power, and the lava vein network reappeared, a huge blast of heat surging out of him. "Pour your flames on me," he said. The 2 sisters exchanged a dumb look, but they complied without question, pointing their palms at Jake. Red flames shot out of their hands and fused with him. The sheen of his lava veins intensified as he activated his warrior trance skill as well. His abilities doubled again as his silvery golden eyes and hair also started to gleam. Overflowing with energy, he raised his hands in front of him and connected his mind to his bracelet. 10 cubic meters of a dark dust suddenly popped up inside the corridor, triggering the shell-shocked screams of the survivors. It was his personal stockpile of rocks and ores, specifically meant to ensure that he remained at full power under all circumstances. Nearly half of his space storage was literally filled with dirt. He had prepared a few tricks like this before the ordeal. Unlike telekinesis, which allowed him to manipulate anything with strict adherence to physics, his earth control was far more omnipotent, allowing him to distort and manipulate this element at will. In the short second it took the monsters to close the distance between them, the pile of dust grew into a half-meter thick wall. The wall was wide enough to block the corridor, and with a push from Jake, it even pierced the ceiling, continuing to expand until it severed and clogged the pipe the creatures were moving through. Bam! Bam! Crashing noises in front of them shook the wall, but the earthen structure held strong. Yet, it was just a pile of heated and dried minerals, not diamond or some miraculous piece of steel. Cracks soon appeared in the wall. "Run!" Jake yelled with a twinge of regret as he thought of his squandered supply of dirt. This time he didn't close the walk and shot off like a missile in the only available direction down the hallway, vanishing like a torch out of fuel into the darkness. He was not giving up on his friends, but looking for a way out. He had to anticipate the arrival of those fiends and find a safe place. In order to do that, he had to be proactive. These creatures seemed to have limited intelligence and anarchic behavior, but that was only because none of the controllers mentioned by Emi-wan were present. If that were the case, he was sure that deceiving them would not have been so easy. No sooner had he spared the group of survivors than a new notification had informed him of a new mission, forcing him to rethink his plans. Side mission in Degree 5. Try to keep the people under your protection alive as long as possible. List of people under your protection. 1. Kevin Wilderth, Oracle Rank 7. 2. Will Hopkins, Oracle Rank 8. Jake already knew, as a faction leader and by virtue of his high Oracle rank, that he was responsible for his group's survival. But ensuring other players and natives' safety? That was a first. Not surprisingly, he found a few unknown names at the bottom of the list belonging to the other survivors. The natives' names were of no concern to him, but he memorized the name of the 2 female players, who turned out to be rank 4, or corporal. Not expecting any miracles from players of that level, he immediately lost interest. A minute later, far ahead of his comrades, he reached an intersection. He deployed his spirit body and quickly scanned the area for an indication. The outcome came out loud and clear. The fork in the path to the right was teeming with monsters of all kinds, while the other path was sparsely populated. And yet, he got a very bad vibe from peering into the depths of the other empty lane. It was a hunch coming deep from his gut, almost bordering on certainty. Is it the fluid prescience they were talking about? Or is it a trap? He hesitated for a few more seconds, then took a step in the direction of the empty hallway before relenting, biting his lip. Fuck this. Not finding the courage, Jake turned back. A few seconds after he left, a humanoid figure covered in a veil of dark energy emerged from the darkness. His body appeared to be half merged with the darkness, rendering his true appearance difficult to discern. Smelling the air, it chuckled. Interesting. Chapter 406 Bloody Feast. The individual shrouded in darkness continued to stare in Jake's direction long after he was gone. After a while, a ghostly, partially translucent blob emerged from the ground behind it. It looked like a giant jellyfish that had finally escaped gravity. As the weird fluid ghost approached it as if to gobble it down, the individual raised its right hand to stop it. For an infinitesimal time, the dark energy blurring its body dispersed at the edges, revealing a pale, graceful hand, albeit with unnaturally long, black, hooked nails. Seeing this raised hand, the fluid ghost halted, barely holding back to wail. I know why you're here, Min, but you should give up. The humanoid thing croaked boredly. The jellyfish-like fluid ghost abruptly shape-shifted, taking on a somewhat feminine appearance. At the same time, an overwhelming and ancient aura invaded the empty hallway, distorting the air. Sigmar, you're still as arrogant as ever, I see. A feminine, slightly coarse voice mocked blatantly. You know why I'm here. Of course I know. That's why I'm laughing. Laughing at your stupidity. The individual veiled in dark energy fell back into silence, as if he was done with her. The gap dragged on without either of them picking up the conversation. Then Min sneered, and the aura that surrounded her disappeared. The fluid ghost then resumed its previous form of jellyfish and tried to flee. The dark energy maelstrom seemingly overlooked the incorporeal creature for a brief moment, but eventually changed its mind. The index finger of that same pale hand quickly lowered, as if trying to flick the air, and the fluid ghost crashed backwards, as if an imaginary leash had been pulled. Disoriented from hitting the ground despite its intangible body, the fluid ghost tried to fly again, but its intelligence was too limited to understand what was happening to it. Before he could react, it felt a tug. The fluid and the mental energy that made it up then began to escape from its body towards the dark energy, CLU.S.ter. The supernatural creature shrank at a furious rate, until it disappeared completely in a long trail of fluid reminiscent of a black hole swallowing a star. Inside the energy veil, the individual burped with satisfaction and said, I hope that after participating in the grand purgatory I have prepared for you, you will still be able to entertain me. At that moment, footsteps sounded behind it, soon revealing a bearded man with familiar features. If Jake was present, he would have recognized Edmund, the reliable and qualified assistant helping the Titan Pearl's young general in all her tasks. Except that compared to his benevolent expression of before, he was now wearing a severe face, tinged with jubilation. A denotative contrast that suggested that this person was not totally sane anymore. In any case, his calm image had vanished. Instead, a dark energy comparable to that of a peak fluid master accompanied him. Everything is ready, Edmund declared with an enigmatic smile of multiple meanings. In that case, let's start the plan. The bearded man, who was clearly just a servant, stood still, seemingly confused by something. What is it, Ronald? The energy maelstrom reacted as it sensed his subordinate's confusion. Were you enjoying your time among them? Perhaps you would prefer I continue to call you Edmund? Why didn't you kill him straight away? The one whose name was actually Ronald ultimately asked in reference to Jake. It wasn't a coincidence that he and his master were here. There weren't many players that Ronald considered a threat. Alas, Jake had left a strong impression on him. Because he's also won my chess piece. They all are. As expected of His Majesty. Edmund nodded. Meanwhile, elsewhere on the station, in a dark corridor similar to the one Jake and his group were walking down, peculiar-looking men and women were strutting around peacefully, as if they were out for a stroll. Each of them had pale skin, and all were handsome and pretty. The detail that made them unique, though, was their ruby-red eyes. At the back of the group, a young blonde woman with perfectly tanned skin was shuffling along with a regretful expression. She didn't know what was wrong with her, and she was certainly regretful. Obviously, this woman was Sarah. At first, she had thought she was onto something to make that jerk Jake jealous, but now that the tension had subsided, she was starting to feel anxious. Right now, she felt like an alcoholic coming to her senses after having a bucket of ice water poured over her head. Bad, but with extreme mental clarity. God, what have I done? She complained inwardly, but the situation wasn't as bad as it seemed. These humans with their dated style of dress were true gentlemen, respectful and gallant. The problem was that they were completely ignoring her. Basically, she was just following them. The other problem was that they didn't talk much. The weirdest part of it all was that the monsters and parasites of all kinds swarming this station somehow seemed to completely disregard them. The only time they had been attacked was with the other players and passengers on the landing hangar. Since then, not a single enemy had been sighted. Without any action and in the midst of this emotional turmoil, Sarah just felt horrible. That's why she almost jumped for joy inside when one of them spoke up. "I'm hungry," the little girl at the front of the group declared in a whimsical fashion. The child was holding the hand of a beautiful woman who looked slightly like her, the same woman who had chided her when she had charged towards Jake. On the other side stood another red-eyed handsome man, Wyatt Griffiths. "A little patience, Lily. Our next meal is near." The exquisitely handsome young nobleman kindly shushed her. Sensing that her chance to fit in had come, Sarah trotted over to them and offered, "I have enough food in my space storage for everyone if you'd like." She didn't have the nerve to dip into the faction vault, but sharing some of her own rations was not a problem. She was already convinced that this ordeal wouldn't last very long. Wyatt stared at her thoughtfully, seemingly considering her offer, then shook his head. "I appreciate the gesture, but I'm afraid it will be useless," he replied with a faint smile and an amused look. The other members of the group burst out laughing at his answer. Even Lily and the woman holding hands joined in. Stared at and mocked by all these red-eyed beings, she felt momentarily like a piece of meat in the middle of a pack of hungry hyenas. Taking a deep breath to calm herself, Sarah pursed her lips but held back from exploding. She'd been through enough already. "Did I say something funny?" "Nothing. You'll understand soon enough," Wyatt replied in an evasive tone. After that, the group set off again, and the dead silence returned. A few minutes later, their leader Wyatt stopped, looking at the armored door to his left. "Our meal is behind that door. Let me." One of the women, who wore a short, suggestive lace-embroidered Baroque gown, strode toward the door, rolling up her sleeves. The reddish glow behind her pupils intensified, and she assumed a sort of karate stance, her right arm folded back like a slingshot gathering energy. A vague dark red light enveloped her fist before vanishing. Once the light was completely gone, she released a punch, smashing the door. The thick steel door caved in instantly under the impact, her fist imprinting the surface of the structure. Seeing that her first punch had not been enough, she pouted in dissatisfaction before releasing a flurry of hits at machine gun frequency. Moments later, the armored steel door collapsed with a loud crash, revealing terrified soldiers on the other side. "Bon appetit," the brutish woman exclaimed, licking her lips. Without waiting for permission, she charged into the room like a ghost, releasing a discreet sonic boom behind her. The nearest soldier was instantly tackled against the opposite wall and spat out a spray of blood. "What a waste," she sighed, sensually licking the blood that had dripped onto his armor. Until then, the soldier was still struggling in spite of his concussion, but as soon as he met her eyes, he stopped resisting, his face ecstatic and full of heat. In the throes of ultimate pleasure satisfied, she sniffed his nape, tearing the collar of the uniform hindering her, and then opened her mouth wide. Her sharp canines sank mercilessly into the soldier's flesh, puncturing his carotid artery to gain access to the noble nectar that the artery contained. Perhaps out of survival instinct, The immobilized man regained his lucidity for a while and weakly attempted to fight back. In vain. Inside the room, under the terrified gaze of the soldiers and the other vampires, only the noise of the young woman gulping down with each mouthful could be heard. The victims soon stopped thrashing about. The soldier quickly became paler and paler, then more emaciated as he bled to death. At some point, he fainted and was relieved of his torment. As the feeding continued, his once shiny brown hair turned dull and gray. His once supple and smooth skin withered like a wilted plant at the end of its life. And then when his frame resembled nothing more than a 120-year-old man, he died. At that very moment, in front of a horrified Sarah, the other vampires surrounded her, blocking all escape routes. The handsome man leading the group walked calmly in front of her with a smile that was meant to be friendly. "Do you know why you're still alive?" Wyatt questioned her intimately, to the great despite of the beautiful woman at his side. Sarah cringed at his attitude, but her wariness did not leave her. "I don't," she stammered with feigned assurance, but by the shifty look in her eyes, she had a hunch. Her heart was beating unusually fast, and her face was flushed. A reddish sparkle was gradually invading her orange irises. Grabbing her chin with one of his icy hands, Wyatt forced her to meet his gaze and revealed in a whisper, "Because you're one of us." As if this marked the onset of the feast, the whole gang pounced on their defenseless prey like a pack of hungry lions. Spurts of hemoglobin soon accompanied the agonized groans of the victims, like fireworks punctuating a death requiem. Soon the metallic smell of blood filled the crime room, quickly stinking up the hallway. When Sarah inhaled the red blood cell-laden air, her sanity snapped and she blacked out. Chapter 4:07 New members. Back so soon. Kevin marveled as he saw Jake return so quickly. It had been less than 5 minutes since he'd left them, and he was still in his werebear form. So tall he almost touched the ceiling. "The real question is, why did you stop?" Jake countered curiously. "Aren't you afraid the monsters will catch up with us? See for yourself." His cousin beckoned him with a tilt of his head as he pointed to the wall behind him. Jake's gaze followed the direction the werebear was indicating, and he understood instantly. The monsters were gone. No, they were still there. Reaching out, Jake heard them snoring behind the wall. "What's going on?" "We don't know." Will shrugged wryly. "About a minute after you left, they quieted down, but that's not necessarily good news." To support his point, the businessman quietly pointed to the corridor walls surrounding them, including the ceiling tiles above Jake. A new scan revealed all he needed to know. They were surrounded. Jake's face darkened, but there wasn't much he could do about it. He was already pretty sure that someone or something was controlling everything that was happening on this station, trying to lead them somewhere. Remembering the danger he felt in the previous empty corridor, he frowned. Should I follow the plot? If there was a plot, he still wasn't sure if the ordeals were scripted. So far, the main mission and side quests had followed an opportunistic model. In essence, they were given a standard mission that was tailored to them, but the other stuff felt purely random. Deciding not to fret over things beyond his control, he finally noticed the other survivors who had volunteered to stay with them. "What are your names and ranks?" Jake asked quietly. It was out of politeness. He already knew what he was supposed to know from his side mission details, but he had to at least pretend. "Oliver, Private. Ajax, Private." Two of the soldiers, who were clearly newbies, came forward without flinching, but the fluid wielder with the axe remained stiff as a board with a scowling countenance. His blisters were hurting like hell, and he wasn't about to forgive the culprit. "Whatever," Jake said, choosing to ignore the resentful warrior. As for the two female players, they thanked him gratefully, more than happy to hang out with a group of morally decent players. They were factionless, and this ordeal had quickly turned into a nightmare. The fact that there were 2 women and 2 children perfectly comfortable in Jake's group was highly reassuring for ladies like them with low oracle ranks. So far, they had been lucky, but they had heard horrible things from other players. In fact, there was nothing really surprising about it. Like many, they had followed the basic script during their first ordeal without deviating once from the path laid out for them. Like Kyle and the majority, they were then ejected from their second ordeal after a few minutes of misery. Under these circumstances, their rank for corporal was actually quite all right. "Welcome aboard, Aaron and Surai." Jake nodded. You can join our faction if you wish for the time of the ordeal to facilitate our cooperation. You can leave whenever you want. Both women then received a sudden notification from their bracelets, and their almond eyes bulged out as they read the perks accompanying their joining. Only the faction name dampened their enthusiasm, but they were careful not to grouse. When Jake got the confirmation on his side, the other members were also informed and cheered for the new additions. The two sisters immediately hit it off with the two newcomers, more than happy to have new friends to gossip with. Since Sarah's departure, they had been a bit downhearted. Not wanting to spoil this great moment, Jake gave them an annoyed look. Will was the one who understood Jake best, so he tacitly agreed to play the bad cop. Walking over to the four women, he smiled and said, all right. We're glad to have you with us, but need I remind you that we're surrounded by monsters in a rundown station with no lights and no power?" Both sisters answered with rolling eyes, but the two new girls felt embarrassed. Erin was a pretty, tan-skinned brunette with a Tomb Raider look, while Surai was paler and more demure with a stout bone structure. Jake would have bet his life that Surai had been overweight before the Mirror Universe forced regime. No need to be so uptight with us. We'll ease the tension as he watched them panic. For now, you're on probation. You can communicate with any of us through the faction member listing and use the faction skills if you can afford the price. However, you will need permission from the leader or myself to access the faction vault area, and only the all-member part. This was clearly bluff talk. So far, a tiny section had indeed been set aside for resources restricted to core members, but at the moment, everything they had arranged was stored in bulk at the same place. Not having planned to accept new members so soon, they trusted each other, and this, what's mine is yours, policy had been working just fine until now. Anyway, the two new members nodded like pecking chicks, accepting the rules without a fuss. Now that the fluid wielder with the axe was the only person who still hadn't introduced himself, he began to feel uncomfortable. Headstrong, he was gripping the handle of his axe tightly, as if to reassure himself, and standing back. Jake and the others were more than happy to leave him alone. "What do we do now?" Kyle inquired worriedly. He had found his courage, but he knew his limits. Although he was better at hand-to-hand combat than either of the sisters, the mere fact that they had survived so long during their second ordeal proved that they had an iron will despite appearances. In that sense, even Tim and Lily were considerably superior to him. The others turned to Jake, leaving the decision to their leader. Knowing that the Murtharian body faction skill came from him, Erin and Surai couldn't help but feel expectant. Two choices. Jake summarized with his fingers. Either we keep going down the safest corridors, avoiding the monsters and accepting that we're heading straight into a trap, or we turn around and make our way to our landing point. We'll fail the mission if we do that. Daniel frowned as he crossed his arms. Besides, it's not even sure that's possible. What's wrong with taking the safer corridors? Tim raised his hand. Patient with the children, Inya took it upon herself to explain. Based on the pattern of previous attacks and scans, the space station is infested. If these monsters wanted to, they could kill us right now. The fact that they abandoned their assault just now suggests that they are following orders from someone or something. Aren't they just traumatized by Jake and Kevin? Lily suggested naively. I wish they were. Jake scoffed. I'm pretty confident we'll be able to escape if we only run into those monsters, but saving you all would be impossible. According to Emi-wan, these monsters are called hunters and are just cannon fodder. If the difficulty ended there, it would be far too easy. This is still a third ordeal though. The survival rate should remain relatively high if we don't deviate from the planned scenario. Will reminded as he put his glasses back on. Jake nodded. Kyle, Essia and Vincent confirmed that they had already fulfilled their main mission objective. Erin and Surai, who was of even lower rank, also confirmed. They could all leave the ordeal at any time. Continuing was just a bonus for them, and that was why they were not particularly tense. Kyle simply had to survive until they arrived on Yotai Shuren 3, while Essia and Vincent simply had to find a clue to solve the mystery behind the distress beacons. By the looks of it, the diary had been considered sufficient evidence. The others had to either solve the mystery behind the tags or survive until someone did. Either way, Jake and Inya couldn't run away and would be forced to move forward even if everyone else gave up. Let's take a vote. Jake finally proposed. Anyone who wants to risk a sortie to reach one of the sh.I.P.S, raise your hand. We'll escort you out. Those who want to carry on, keep your hands down. No one raised their hands, not even the two new girls. As for the three soldiers, they had been off for a while. Apart from the fact that these passengers weren't really passengers, they merely figured out they were following a mission. Whether they were spies for another brotherhood or terrorists was irrelevant as long as they could stay alive. The only serious question they had was how these players planned to cross and survive the void to reach the ship graveyard outside the station. If these soldiers knew about their faction vault and Murtharian body, they wouldn't have been so concerned. In addition to being able to do without oxygen for a few minutes by absorbing heat and cosmic radiation, Will had also anticipated the worst-case scenarios. Astronaut suits, but also diving suits had been provided for each of them. Jake could only admire his meticulousness. Satisfied to see that they were all willing and determined, Jake skipped the long speech. Let's go. We shall see what kind of dastardly trap the mastermind of this nightmarish place has devised for us. They laughed, some heartily, like his cousins, others with markedly less enthusiasm. Chapter 408 Corruption Unleashed. Is it just me, or do those creeps following us not look so good? Kyle blurted out a few minutes after they set off as he probed the ceiling with his golden sight. Tim, who was leading the way at Jake's request, stopped abruptly upon hearing his remark and turned to Jake to gauge his reaction. The child was currently holding the string of a pendulum in his right hand with the swagger of a dowsing expert, the latter currently pointing in the direction in front of them. It was a simple application of his luck stat, which he had further strengthened after his second ordeal. He seemed determined to walk the path of a specialist. Pondering, Jake mimicked Kyle with his own pupil skill before confirming with a nod. All sorts of information appeared before his eyes, including their ether and fluid levels. These creatures looked tired. The other members showed surprised faces. How is that possible? They were so full of stamina a few minutes earlier. Will and Essia exclaimed in disbelief. The ferocity of these monsters was still fresh in their minds. It's possible if they read desperate. Jake postulated numbly. If the parasites aboard Emowin's ship had behaved like that, they never would have survived until now. Fair point. Maybe they were just hungry. Kevin grunted while chewing on a candy bar that came out of nowhere. Or they have a different circadian rhythm than we do, which they have to respect. Vincent offered another insight. Maybe. In any case, it's good news for us. So let's take advantage of it to push forward. At the same time, elsewhere in the space station, a humanoid form shrouded in a maelstrom of dark energy emerged again from the darkness. The room where the figure had recently surfaced matched it, austere, dark, gloomy, and filthy. Covered with dust and broken objects, one could recognize old machines as well as numerous glass and plastic containers and tubes. The chemical liquids they contained had long since evaporated or had been used for some mysterious purpose. On some of the stretchers and other capsules, one could find withered corpses or bones in poor condition. For those who had been best preserved, a chain with a number plate adorned their neck or wrist, guinea pigs. Nevertheless, whether these corpses were well preserved or on the contrary limited to a few bones, they shared a common point. Their dark color like coal, as if they had been charred. Yet it was not so. Shortly after the energy-shrouded person appeared, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed behind it. With a few seconds' delay, 3 men barged into the laboratory. They were slightly out of breath from running after their master, but that didn't dampen their fanatical glee. One of them was Ronald, formerly known as the bearded officer who served as Avi Shanmin's right-hand man. However, this time he was not leading the trio. He and one of the other 2 men were standing back, giving way to their third comrade with a respectful attitude. This person wore a long black overcoat with long sleeves, with a hood pulled over his head, rendering it nearly indistinguishable. Despite all the secrecy, from the slight stoop of his back and the parchment-like skin of his hands, it was clear that this individual was exceedingly old. "My lord, I did what you asked," the old man stated as he dropped to one knee and bowed his head in respect. "Good work," the mastermind replied contentedly. It couldn't have been easy to impersonate a mere passenger for so long. "I know how demanding your appetite can be." TSK, I also thought it would be a torture at first, but some of the new passengers proved to be to my liking. If it weren't for that preordained encounter, the operation wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Oh, for you to make such a judgment, these players must be exceptional. The energy CLUS, the term murmured pensively. Players. The kneeling old man raised an eyebrow in confusion, but his doubts went unanswered. The dark maelstrom suddenly fluctuated, like a candle flame being blown out by someone before settling again. It is time, the voice inside said solemnly. The individual shrouded in darkness silently levitated to the end of the room until he reached a smooth metal wall. The opaque energy CLUS. Shook again, and the same graceful hand with long black fingernails appeared again before resting against the wall surface. The dark energy somehow flowed to the wall, and its surface began to ripple like a pebble thrown into a pond. Then the black glow disappeared, and the wall retracted towards the corners of the room like a burst balloon. All of this in silence. When the wall disappeared, a strange sight was revealed. An empty room filled with waste and bones, in the center of which were two hideous creatures. Vaguely humanoid, but with their proportions off, these things radiated a phenomenal energy. Their bodies measured a dozen meters in height, but they were so fat and bloated that they were unable to move. On their huge bellies, a number 8 and 11 respectively could be read in the common language of the Galactic Consortium. As nightmarish as these creatures were, they were completely harmless, and any human could blast them to death if the opportunity presented itself. Of course, these abominations were not as useless as they might seem at first glance. The dark energy surrounding Ronald's leader was similar to the one contained in the bodies of these creatures, but on a completely different scale. With each breath, these monstrosities would absorb an impressive amount of fluid, as well as a fraction of the surrounding ether, before converting it into that same dark, putrid energy. Most of it was retained, but the rest was enough for no light to survive in this room. As soon as the wall was removed, the dark energy began to spread like a fiery cloud. If Jake had used his Murtharian sight on them, he would have realized that each of the hunters they had faced also held a similar energy signature. It was the depletion of that dark energy in their bodies that led him and Kyle to believe that these creatures were exhausted. If Emiwan, the pirate captain, were present, however, he would have immediately recognized them for what they truly were, converters. When the three men and their leader were traversed by the dark energy mist, they all took a deep breath and closed their eyes with an elated expression. "Ah, I've missed this." The old man sighed with emotion. "I feel complete again." His crumpled skin was streaked with dark veins, as if he had just been poisoned, but soon the wrinkles faded until only faint marks were left. His slightly arched back straightened up, and his gaunt coat filled out noticeably. Ronald and the third man experienced the same metamorphosis, miraculously rejuvenating to the physique of their heyday. This corruption sure is an evil temptation. The old man, now an elegant middle-aged man with thick eyebrows, said appreciatively. "Do you regret joining me?" The leader asked quizzically. "Never, my lord." The middle-aged man answered sincerely as he knelt down again. "Joining my lord has been my greatest decision, even if it has turned me into a despicable traitor reneging on his origins and principles." "What a hypocrite," his lord chuckled. The leader then flew up to stand between the two converters and spread his hands wide, forming two talons with them. "Exhale." A geyser of energy surged up from the ground to his torso before splitting into two identical energy beams in each of his arms. Two shockwaves exploded at the end of each of his palms with a thunderous roll. The fog of dark energy dissipated momentarily like the sky after a storm, and the huge gelatinous belly of the sleeping converters caved in, forming a depression several meters deep. The two abominations were instantly jolted awake. Ruawar. For a human, it was like taking an uppercut in the solar plexus with relaxed abdominal muscles and full lungs. Very painful. The two converters immediately snapped out of their coma and attempted to wail out their agony, only to find themselves suffocating. They tried to bring their tiny arms up to their throats as a reflex to their asphyxis, but it was useless. They were just too big. The two converters kept on jerking horribly, whimpering in frustration, until they finally reached their limit. Then, all the corrupted energy they had ACCU'd mulat gushed out of their mouths like a volcanic eruption, and the two monsters collapsed at breakneck speed. Sheets of opaque mist poured into the laboratory, soon penetrating the walls and seeping into all the porosities and fissures. The leader once again concealed his hands and smugly explained, "These converters are failure, but their performance is very close to that of subject number 0. Their only real drawback is that they are too stupid to understand orders. They are like big babies who only know how to eat and whine. Now that they have unleashed the corruption, all these soldiers and passengers will have no choice but to participate in my grand plan. Will they surprise me by confronting their wickedness, or will they prove to me once again that the very nature of a living being cannot be changed?" As he said these words, the veil of opaque energy dissipated, revealing a young man with long black hair. His skin was immaculate and his stature slender, consistent with the delicate appearance of his hands. The man was of average height and seemed to have never practiced any physical exercise, but despite this, he exuded an oppressive presence that commanded respect. His 3 servants knelt compulsively as they reacquainted themselves with their master's features. Oblivious to their little game, the young man instead turned his gaze in a certain direction, his eyes unfocused as if he were gazing at a distant entity through the walls. The 3 men did not feel the immense melancholy coursing through their master's mind, but they did feel his anger. After a while, the youth muttered fatalistically, "So, you're here as well? So be it." Chapter 409 War Cry. Jake and Kyle's eyes widened sharply, their faces alarmed. "What's wrong?" Will inquired as he saw their reaction. "The hunters aren't sleeping anymore." "Shit, what do we do now?" Kevin snarled as he rolled his candy bar wrapper into a ball and threw it on the floor. Aaron, Sarai, and the 3 soldiers showed anxious expressions, but they all waited like everyone else for his decision. "We run," Jake replied seriously as he summoned his machete. The others immediately followed suit, grabbing their own weapons. "Seems like I may have to stick with being a werbear for a while," his cousin sighed. All this time, Jake had never stopped monitoring his ether and fluid levels, making sure he was always in peak condition. Absorbing these 2 energies had become as natural as breathing, but since reading the diary, he knew that the corruption mentioned by Emiwan was the real deal. Recovering his energy might no longer be so easy before long. This belief could also be attributed to his newfound instincts as a fluid adept. Just as he made this remark to himself, he felt something change around him, as if the temperature had suddenly dropped a couple of degrees. He shivered involuntarily, before inspecting his surroundings with suspicion. "Did you feel it?" Jake asked as he spontaneously launched a scan with his bracelet. At this point, he wasn't even counting his ether anymore. Alas, the scan came up empty. "I did," Vincent confirmed with a frown. "Me too." Enya raised her hand. "Our fortune has run out," Tim said mysteriously. "What do you mean, Tim?" Everyone turned to him with a confused look. "I can't feel the right path anymore. It doesn't matter to you, but to me it's like losing my eyes or ears. My sense of danger still works though." Jake ruffled the boy's hair to calm him down, as he sensed his fear. Without his luck, Tim was just another kid or so. With such ether density, his other stats didn't grant him any advantage. Even with the Murtharian body passive, he could barely compete with a weak ADULT soldier. "Good job, Tim. I'll take it from here," he declared as he walked past him. "Enya and Essia behind me. Kevin and Vincent, you close the march. Kyle and Daniel with the kids. As for the rest of you, do your best not to get in the way." With these words, he began to jog at a brisk pace. They had long since taken the ominous path that his foresight had warned him about, but they had made up their minds. Between a sure death and a trap, they had made their choice. Thunk! The ceiling slab collapsed a few meters behind them without warning. The rift immediately spewed forth a dozen hyperactive quadrupedal creatures, their former lethargy nothing more than a memory. Jake glanced behind him, but didn't slow down, letting his cousins do their job. After shrieking and cackling a few times, the monsters managed to get back on their feet and chase them down. In a few strides, the aliens outpaced the gallop of a cheetah and started to close the distance. "Holy moly!" Sarai screamed in fright as the monsters caught up with them. She fired her outdated revolver, but the aim was off. The bullet struck a gutter a little further away, producing a few sparks. In response, the provoked monster spat a jet of venom straight to her face with remarkable accuracy and Kevin was forced to intercept the projectile with his body with an irritated grunt. At that very moment, Vincent's rapier pierced the culprit's eye before coming out on the other side of its skull. With a kick to push back the corpse and a backward somersault, he went back to his position in the group. "Don't shoot if you're not sure you'll hit your target," he coldly advised Sarai, who was still in shock, before refocusing on the fight. Lily, who hadn't done much so far, produced a beam of light with her hand towards the monsters, but nothing happened. Seeing Tim's, as it should be, countenance next to her, she pouted and stuck her tongue out at him. She continued to repeat the process, but with no conclusive evidence that her spell was working. Yet, she was a child, so no one knew much about it. On his side, Jake sped up more and more, but never got too far from the group, trying to scan each intersection in order to make a quick but irreversible decision. At each intersection, the paths would be packed with monsters except for one, and that path was always the one that triggered his danger instinct. Of course, it was the path he chose to tread every time. The other option involved facing hundreds, if not thousands, of hunters one after the other, and he wasn't in a hurry to find out which side would yield first. Above all, he was not alone. Kevin and Vincent could have done with this plan, but not the others. Soon he noticed a pattern. The monsters behind them were relentlessly pursuing them, but seemed to be keeping their distance. He had the vague certainty that these hunters could run much faster than that. The previous poisonous spit proved that these creatures were resourceful when provoked. It was the same with the other paths crawling with monsters. The things there were making no particular effort to chase them, while their sense of smell and hearing was developed enough to hear them coming. It must be said that they were not particularly stealthy with their heavy running thuds and the monsters' shrieks behind them. After a few minutes of frantic chasing, Jake encountered his first headache. In front of him, it was no longer an intersection but a long, endless hallway. The problem? His Murtharian sight was picking up a swarm of creatures all along the way. When he closed his eyes, the number of energy signatures was so great that he felt as if he were staring at the sun. Subconsciously, he braked, causing his companions to panic. Essia bumped her head against his back, but withheld her complaint when she noticed an alien ahead of them. Could this be the dreaded trap? If it was, he would have done better by trusting his instincts and engaging all those monsters. The alien wasn't aggressive, but it was slowly creeping towards them, dripping a phenomenal amount of slime from its mouth. As it touched the metal floor, a corrosive smoke would be produced, reminding them all that this saliva was not harmless. The floor was holding up, but traces of rust were rapidly appearing. Think. Jake repeated to himself as he hurriedly searched for a solution. He inspected the nearby armored doors in hopes of a way out, but all the doors looked the same, or almost. A few dozen meters ahead among the horde of monsters, he spotted one that was different from the others. An elevator. "Follow me. Whoever is trailing behind will be left to his own devices," Jake shouted as he broke the neck of the monster standing in front of him with his telekinesis. The monster's neck didn't break instantly, but instead let out a horrible metallic squeak before snapping in half with a soft bang. "How tough," Jake exclaimed inwardly with a bad feeling. Either this monster was tougher than the others, or something had changed. His black eyes with no irises, no whites, and no pupils sure were striking compared to the stupid, but vaguely human gaze of the hunters behind them. And indeed, sensing the death of their comrade, the horde of creatures before him began to move. Examining them more closely with his Murtharian sight, he finally found what was wrong. Their dark fluid levels. They're rising fast. The discovery left him completely stunned. Telekinesis would no longer work on them, at least not until he overcame the barrier of their aura. Quickly inspecting the hunters his two cousins were facing, he noticed that these monsters were undergoing similar transformations, but their energy levels were much lower than their other black-eyed counterparts. What? Jake wondered inwardly, but this was not the time to get answers. The fiends wouldn't give him the chance. Determined to fight, he condensed his gray sharpening ether around his blade, also shifting other ether types inside his body to optimize his movements. He also activated Bloodline Ignition and Murtharian Trance with the intent to attack with maximum explosiveness. Focused as ever, he raised his machete and then lashed forward, releasing all his murderous intent. In a few steps, a sonic boom rang out and the ground buckled underneath him, releasing a few sparks. He was about to slash his blade down at the monster horde, mentally prepared to lose a few of his group members in the process, when a strange thing happened. When the deadly aura emitted by his spirit body hit the creatures, the closest hunters simultaneously cringed and whimpered as if they had just met their nemesis. Interrupting his strike, he stood still for a short time in the middle of the monsters, trying to understand the phenomenon. Then he thought of an obvious reason, which he should have tested from the beginning: the apex predator soul glyph he had obtained during his second ordeal. If killing these monsters wasn't so easy for him, he would surely have realized it. Title: Apex Predator. Platinum. Your body emits an overwhelmingly intimidating aura to terrestrial, flying, or aquatic creatures, causing them to overestimate you. Also works on evolvers. Upgradable. Obtained by reaching the extermination milestones of each type during the second ordeal. As shady and abnormal as these monsters were, they were still flesh and blood beings. Now knowing what to do, Jake took a deep breath and released a bestial roar from the depths of his soul. Ah! The war cry was back. Except this time it wasn't as rushed as last time. He still couldn't cast spells or attack without endangering himself with his spirit body. But with a fluid core, it couldn't be easier. By merging his soul with his fluid core, he found it easy to do this. As if guided by an omniscient mystical force, he fused his fluid, ether, soul energy, and glyph apex predator together smoothly. With his telekinesis, he then formed an immaterial megaphone which he used to direct the sonic attack. The deafening scream exploded out of his mouth, releasing a funnel-like sound blast straight ahead. At about 340 meters per second, the shockwave swept everything in its wake. The 6 closest hunters bled from all their orifices and died instantly. Those a few dozen meters away collapsed like disjointed puppets, while those even farther back scurried away like a herd of antelope before a lion. Turning his head to motion the rest of his group that the path was clear, he came upon silent, dumbstruck faces, with their mouths open so wide that a little more and they would have been scraping the ground. Embarrassed, he said while scratching his head, "Ahem, I like to sing in the shower." It was as good an explanation as any. Chapter 4:10 Elevator Ride. With the horde of monsters having deserted the floor, Jake and his group were granted a rare moment of peace and quiet. The creatures hadn't fled completely, however. The echo of their shrieks and cackles still carried muffledly through the walls and vents, reminding them grimly that they were not yet out of the woods. What was this technique? Enya asked, remembering hearing a similar howl during her second ordeal. She had attributed it to another player, but now realized it was probably Jake. A soul glyph combined with a sound and mental attack. Jake replied matter-of-factly, "The attack isn't perfected yet." The other members of the group gasped. If this overpowered technique wasn't finalized yet, what would the final version look like? They felt a deep sense of urgency as they imagined such a scenario. If they didn't make faster progress, Jake would soon leave them in the dust. "Oomph, I can bust their eardrums with a good roar too." Kevin grunted competitively, flexing his long fangs. Yeah, we believe you." Kyle sneered while patting his huge back. Somehow, it looked like he was petting a dog to comfort him, and that was exactly how Kevin interpreted his false compassion. "Wanna die?" The werbear deflected off the ex-playboy's wrist, and with his free hand grabbed him by the throat, hoisting him about a meter above the ground. Kyle didn't even try to resist, but kept his smirk, apparently determined to taunt him to the end. Jake felt something was off with the two of them, but he pushed the thought away. The hunters seemed to have overcome their fear and were already turning back. "Kevin, put it down. Kyle, stop doing that. This isn't the time for bickering," he reminded them, pointing to the monsters that had just reappeared at the end of the hallway. Seeming to realize his stupidity, Kevin loosened his grip around the intruder's neck. After putting Kyle down, he snorted and decisively ignored him. Instead, he concentrated on the luscious curves of the 2 sisters in front of him, hardly making the slightest effort at discretion. Fortunately, the 2 sisters were focused on the approaching monsters and did not take offense. "Let's hurry," Will urged them with an anxious tone. The group then ran to the elevator, and luckily, it was still functional. Jake flipped the switch so the door would open, but it was apparently on a different floor. The good news, at least, was that there was no code or security measures required to use it. Surprisingly, as soon as they pressed the switch, the horde began its counterattack. Charging at full gallop, the herd of hunters descended upon them from both directions of the corridor. "Brace yourselves for impact," Daniel yelled as he stepped forward between the children and the monsters. Tim clutched tightly the trigger of his submachine gun, while Lily pulled a dagger with a delicately silver handle with a determined look on her face. As the monsters entered his range, Jake energized his apex predator glyph again, but without combining his spirit body with a sound attack, the result proved disappointing. The closest hunters slowed briefly, yelping defiantly, before being trampled by their fellows behind them. After a few casualties, the monsters overcame their apprehension through the crowd effect and charged again, unstoppable. I can use the war cry a second time, but it's extremely taxing for my mind. I feel sleepy after that attack, and my throat is on fire despite the precautions taken with the ether of constitution and vitality. Physical mental fatigue and spiritual fatigue were two different things. His brain could recover as quickly as his muscles as long as he didn't damage it irreversibly, but resting his spirit body and soul was more complicated. Since his spirit body had reached Ghost Rank 11, Jake could feel an intangible mental force within him that was difficult to fathom. Sometimes he felt like he was reaching out to it, and in those moments he felt exceptionally empowered, able to change the world with sheer willpower. It wasn't just a matter of resting and feeling good. It was a much more ethereal feeling. Though, the times when he felt this strange sensation best was when it was missing, as it was right now. He felt mentally numb, with an urge to do nothing and give up. He had already experienced this lethargic depression during his second ordeal, and he knew the risks of pushing his mind too far. In the end, Jake gave up on using this hybrid technique a second time. They just had to hold on long enough until the elevator opened. A few seconds later, the monsters swooped down on them. Will's dragon leapt into the fray for his master. Kevin sprang at a group of enraged monsters, while Vincent danced a deadly ballet amongst the creatures, slicing tendons and ligaments with his rapier. Enya and Essia's fire magic was ineffective against these hunters, yet they had no intention of letting the others sacrifice themselves in their stead. Like Daniel and Tim, they opened fire with the assault rifles they barely knew how to use. Kyle was a bit of an exception. With his Myrmidian bloodline and sword, hand-to-hand combat was his specialty, but his poor performance during the previous ordeal made him barely more useful than Aaron and Surai. Still, he had his golden sight skill, and with it he could accurately read his enemies' movements and gain a clear picture of their weakness. The slightly slowed-down perception of time that this skill granted him allowed him to take the risk of fighting in the front line. Determined not to be a burden to the team, he gritted his teeth and summoned his courage. He swiftly picked a monster that Vincent had wounded and cleaved it down. Already enraged by the severed hock of its back leg, the attacked hunter let out a shrill howl as it raised its arms to protect itself. Kyle visualized the monster being sliced in half by his blade, but instead he immediately felt resistance as soon as his sword touched the bone. Regardless, he was prepared for it, and with Jake's sharpening ether added to his blade and the focus of his strength ether, he managed to slice through its arm. Shri! Kyle narrowly sidestepped to escape a retaliatory claw strike that would have decapitated him, then with his sword raised, slashed down with all his weight. This time he was prepared, and the creature's severed head rolled to the ground, releasing a spray of yellowish blood. Fuck yeah. He could do it. Then he turned his head and saw the pile of corpses several meters high in front of Jake, and the others, and his face fell. Even the two sisters had taken out more monsters than he had with their machine guns. But that was the way to go. Myrmidians needed tough fights and pushing themselves to their utmost limits to improve further. He had just taken the first step before many others. In a completely different style, Tim proved to be a much more formidable shooter than one would expect from a child his age. Although he held his gun in an amateurish manner, his bullets took strange trajectory curves, all of them, without exception, finding their way into the vulnerable orifices of their chosen targets. Whether it was an eye, ear canal, nostril, or anus, his bullets always found their way to the narrowest of destinations. The tortured screams of his many victims were proof of this. When his gun ran out of bullets, he drew his trusty axe and stepped in to assist Daniel in protecting Lily. With his luck at work, he turned out to be comparable to Kyle in hand-to-hand combat. despite his frail physique. One-on-one was no problem for him against a normal monster. The battle seemingly reached a standstill for a brief moment that gave them renewed confidence. The only thing they didn't realize was that Jake and Kevin alone were holding one side of the corridor, the side where the black-eyed hunters were. If Tim or Kyle had tried to take on one of them, the outcome of the match would have been much more uncertain. At last, after an intense battle that lasted no more than 30 seconds, a bell rang behind them, and the long-awaited elevator opened its doors. "Will, escort the kids inside. Vincent, Kevin, and I will cover you," Jake shouted as he generated a mini telekinetic blast to shake off the 6 monsters trying to bite through his armor. "Roger. Come on, kids." Lily met Tim's eyes, and the latter smiled, saying as he offered his arm, "Ladies first." By this one action, Tim had just shown himself to be more gallant than Kevin, Will, and Jake had ever been. Perhaps he was a natural, or his luck was far more useful than they suspected. Either way, his gallantry paid off. Lily gave him a sweet smile before entering the elevator. A few seconds later, only Jake and his 2 cousins were left fighting, and after a few more slashes, the elevator doors closed with the entire group inside. Not even pressing a button inside, the floor immediately began to shake under their feet, and they felt the effect of a sudden acceleration pinning their bodies to the floor. The elevator was moving up. A few minutes later, which seemed awfully long for an elevator ride at that speed, the car began to decelerate before coming to a complete stop. Sarai timidly offered to open the door, but Vincent stopped her with his arm. "I'm going in," he declared, seeking confirmation from his cousin's eyes. Together, Jake and Kevin nodded, but their concern turned out to be for nothing. The doors opened and a room devoid of monsters unfolded before them. Yet the room was not empty. Chapter 4:11 Purgatory. Before their stunned eyes, their strained minds struggled to adjust to a new, almost unreal environment. Given the space station, they were wandering around in vain like lost souls. Gone were the monstrous, bloodthirsty aliens chasing them. Instead, there was an enchanting and peaceful landscape. Beautiful stone houses with perfect triangular red brick roofs, cobblestone paths, well-mown lawns, a forest, a fountain, and a small lake. The contrast was so stark that the group in the elevator blinked stupidly several times, while even pinching Kyle to make sure it wasn't a dream. Hearing the former playboy moan in pain, he had to accept reality. In this fantasy village, they could see other humans like themselves, and their appearances this time were not as fanciful. They recognized the uniforms of some of the Titan Pearl soldiers, but also the crazy and trademark style of the players in the same situation as them. Vincent was about to exit the elevator first when Jake stopped him. "Hold on. There's something odd going on." His cousin squinted as he observed the village more closely and noticed something this time. "Indeed, it's as if these people can see us." Vincent nodded skeptically, and the colors seem a little too saturated to be real. "Nevertheless, this is the only way out." "Right," Jake acknowledged gloomily. Daniel proved to be more pragmatic. "Step aside," he said as he hustled them to make his way to the elevator entrance. Jake and the others led him and watched as he simply pointed a gun at the floor in front of the elevator. He pulled the trigger, and a shot rang out, and nothing. No impact marks, no dust kicked up. The soldiers and players in the village showed no reaction to the shot. The bullet was literally gone. This time Vincent sacrificed one of his knives by throwing it a few meters in front of him. To no one's surprise, the object never landed on the other side. It simply vanished. Kevin clicked his tongue as he watched this curious sight. Jake, sounded him out with great composure. Not knowing any more than they did, Jake heaved a long sigh and made his decision. Either we get out, or we go back and face the monsters. If those players and soldiers are alive somewhere, we should be okay too. At least, I hope so. He had barely finished his sentence when Vincent took the step before anyone could stop him. As if he had just crossed an illusion, his body passed through and he disappeared. Vincent. The group tried to contact him via the bracelet to no avail. However, when Jake checked his 5th side mission status, he noticed that Vincent's name was not grayed out. Whatever his circumstances were, he was still alive. Jake reported the information to the others, and they made up their minds. Besides staying in the elevator, they had no other satisfactory choice anyway. "See you later." Kevin waved his hand and disappeared. Jake sized up Aaron, Sarai and the two children in turn with a pessimistic face, but he did his best not to dampen their spirits. He hoped they would all be together on the other side, or he could say goodbye to his fifth side mission's perfect rating. Of course, his luck was utterly crap compared to Tim's. When he left the elevator, he found a village identical to the one they had seen, but none of the faces there were familiar. Hell, they weren't even the same soldiers and players they had seen in the elevator. The village, though, was indeed identical down to the last brick. His appearance immediately drew the attention of the other people present. Everyone was gathered in the village's central plaza, a small cobblestone square with a tiny fountain in the center and step-like stands reminiscent of an amphitheater or forum of antiquity. In the old days, this was the kind of community place where decisions, votes, and debates took place. Of course, it was not exactly like on Earth. There were subtle differences in the architecture of the village, including the height of the doors, the color and type of wood used. The design was still essentially medieval, not to say archaic. Most notably, there were mysterious runes emitting a faint black light covering the floor and walls of each structure. Not really in the mood to visit the village at the moment, he tried again to communicate with his comrades in vain. Even Vincent and Kevin, who were supposed to have already crossed, remained unreachable. Out of spite, Jake therefore decided to look at the other people present. Including himself, he counted 27 people. Just over half were Titan Pearl soldiers, but he also recognized 2 technicians and an officer from their uniforms. The other 9 people present were players like himself. Of these players, for caught his eye. The first was a black man with a Mike Tyson-like boxer's physique, wearing thick plate armor and carrying a huge warhammer. The warrior was almost as tall as he was and was nonchalantly chewing on a thick, unlit cigar without paying attention to anyone. The second was a Native American-looking woman wearing a short-skin dress and a pair of buckskin boots, while a fur-caped doctor peeped at her shoulders. The tiara on her forehead and adorned with painted feathers gave her a certain presence. She was not very old, perhaps in her 30s, and because of that she attracted most of the male gaze. The third was a stunning young woman with immaculate pallor and intense ruby irises. He recognized her as the one who had called back the girl who had attacked him for no reason and who belonged to the group that Sarah had joined. At the moment she seemed nervous, but above all extremely annoyed, and did not pay the slightest attention to his arrival except for a brief glance. Perhaps because of her iciness, the lecherous men preferred to avoid her. The last one was an excessively tattooed Asian man wearing a simple tank top. Unconsciously, Jake focused more on him, comparing the tattoos on his arms to the snake-laced scepter he hoped to find. Getting his hands on the bearer of such a tattoo was his best plan right now to identify the Titan Pearl's saboteur. In the face of his insistent stare, the tattooed man snorted and pointed a long cutlass at his throat with a threatening look. Jake ignored his attempts at intimidation and finally found a step to sit on, shutting himself up in silence. He tried again to contact his comrades, but ultimately concluded that it was a waste of time. He also tried to navigate his way to them by using the location wish to generate an oracle path, but his shadow guide remained unresponsive. The prediction function appeared completely dysfunctional. He was unable to determine when it had first started. Was it since the monsters arrived on the Titan Pearl? Or was it even earlier as a result of the fluid excess? What was certain was that the bracelet was no longer a reliable tool. Although, with his second ordeal mishap with Ruby, he felt that the oracle never was. Jake also did a scan of the area, in which he concluded that the village was both real and fake. It was not simply the product of powerful technology, nor was it an illusion. A powerful magic was at work, confusing illusion and reality. But as long as it was active, this village and all the objects inside would continue to exist. How weird. This ordeal has deviated from its normal course. She suddenly disconcerted him as she disclosed her finding after a long reflection. Should I be worried? The scan results are conflicting. It's not supposed to happen in a third ordeal, but the oracle still hasn't sent you back. The link to the oracle system has not been severed yet, so I guess it has deemed the risk acceptable. I guess 95% mortality rate is an acceptable risk for the oracle. Jake lampooned dryly. As he talked with she, the village continued to fill with new natives and players. By the time they were almost 50 in the town square, a new and unusual arrival made his appearance. Hooded under a lengthy pea coat with long sleeves that covered his hands, his face was an ocean of indiscernible darkness. Underneath his coat was a tight-fitting black armor and a leather belt with several long carbon tubes attached to it. An Inquisitor. As he took his first step into the square, the Inquisitor scanned each person present with his non-existent face, and they all shuddered subconsciously. Even a corpse seemed more alive than this fellow. Eventually, the Consortium Hound ignored them completely. He simply brushed his sleeve over the runes on the cobblestone floor with an enigmatic air before sitting down like the others upon one of the forum stairs. To Jake's utter annoyance, the Inquisitor had to choose a seat less than 2 meters away from him. He could not help but curse his bad luck for the second time in less than an hour. With his suspicious and paranoid mind, Jake's thoughts soon drifted into wild conspiracy theories. Can Tim make other people unlucky? Your luck is normal. She reassured him. You don't have the luck encoding, but the bracelet can detect abnormalities like that if you want it to. Luck is like the world's favor. Most people don't have any at all, but that's different from being unlucky. To check your luck, ask the bracelet to simulate a coin toss billions of times in a row and pick a face. If the result is around 50% success, all is well. Oh, I didn't think the bracelet could be used like that. I thought the bracelet's luck depended on the Oracle system's luck, not mine. Not if you're using the basic computational capabilities of your own bracelet, or in other words, mine. I see. A flash of blue light ended their dialogue. In the meantime, the number of people present had risen to 73, and it had been about 5 minutes since any newcomers had appeared. During these last couple of minutes, a few incidents had broken out. Nothing too serious, a few insults and threats of no consequence, but the loudness had increased significantly. Most people seemed to be on edge, and the dirty looks were no longer as well contained, nor were the murderous intentions. There was no smoke without fire, and the apparent peace could escalate like wildfire at any moment. The flash of light had at least the merit of bringing everyone back to reality. They were all gathered in the same place, and still didn't know why. When the blue light faded, a large circular marble table was erected in front of the fountain in the square's center. On it, black metal cards formed a perfectly ordered pile. With his high perception, Jake had no trouble reading the gold-bound letters on the card at the top of the pile. The word was simple and clear, but held immense threat in its meaning. Purgatory. Chapter 4:12 Monster Game Rules. After the marble table and its stack of cards appeared in the center of the square, nothing more happened. The impatient silence of the crowd continued, until a soldier from the Titan Pearl could not stand it any longer and decided to check out the new objects. Once in front of the marble table, the soldier walked around it keeping a certain distance without finding any trap or anything special. Cautiously, he then poked the table's surface with the tip of his rifle, then slid the muzzle along its surface in search of any anomaly or rough spot, in vain. Eventually, he took an additional risk and prodded the pile of black cards with his gun. Once again, nothing happened. Unbalanced, the cards toppled onto the table like a crumbling house of cards. They scattered inertly across its surface, one of them even falling to the ground as it slid too far. As they hit the cobblestone floor of the plaza, a metallic clink sounded, letting them all know that these cards were harder than they seemed. Judging the cobblestone floor to be safer, the soldier mustered up the courage to pick up the fallen card. With his every micro-expression now being closely monitored by the rest of the crowd, the other soldiers and players in attendance did not miss a beat as his mood changed. Going from total amazement to exultation to fear as he looked at the other people present as potential enemies, he quickly put the card away into a pocket of his jacket before returning to his seat. That was enough for the other players and soldiers to take action. Jake had obviously tried to scan the object for anomalies, but all he knew was that these metal cards served as an energy storage device. The players were ready to fight for as many cards as possible when a gigantic hologram materialized above the fountain and the altered voice began to speak in a monotone. Its appearance was similar to that of the Inquisitor beside him. Cloaked in a long, loose black cloak, his face was not completely indistinguishable. A well-trimmed brown beard protruded from under the hood, and the little skin that was exposed attested to the speaker's youth. Without really knowing why, Jake found the face familiar. Welcome everyone to this first edition of Purgatory, The hologram greeted them with a slight bow. First of all, I want to congratulate you. Congratulations on making it this far alive. It means that you are qualified to participate in this great game. These congratulations did not make anyone smile. Between those who were covered in wounds and those who had lost friends or colleagues during their escape, it was hard to find anyone with the fortitude to grin. Not even strong players like Jake could claim to have enjoyed the process. Before you refuse, let me explain your situation. The modified voice resumed. At that moment, a space station hologram emerged before their quizzical eyes. Blue dots were CLU.S. tiered at certain points on the station, while red dots spread out over the rest of the base. One look was enough to realize that the blue dots were so outnumbered that one had to focus carefully to discern the faint patches of blue amidst all that red. As you can imagine, the blue dots are you, soldiers and passengers of the Titan Pearl. The red dots are the hunters, controllers, converters, and other abominations that plague this base. They are your enemies, and they are under our control. A young soldier with a bloody bandage around his head almost pissed himself as he discovered the horror of their situation. The others were not too happy either, with pale and sweaty faces. Only the players and the Inquisitor remained indifferent, although for the former it was more accurate to say that they were on an adrenaline high. Now that you know that running away is not an option, let me explain what you are facing. The village you're in is the result of the fusion of a fluid Grandmaster spell and the technology of this station. Dozens of identical villages are currently hosting your fellow Titan Pearl citizens and are hearing a similar speech right now. You don't need to know why you are here. All you need to keep in mind is that you cannot not participate. You will understand the reasons for this shortly. If you want a reason, let's say you are participating in an experiment. Of what nature? I'll leave that to you to find out. What I can guarantee, however, is that you will not encounter a single parasite during your stay here. So do your best to extend your stay, okay? The hologram chuckled evilly for a long, tedious minute before clearing his throat and resuming. Enough with the jokes. Before the Purgatory first round begins, please each of you pick up a Purgatory card. Do not try to get more than one. It is useless. As if waiting for his command, the cards rose violently into the air as if driven by a powerful magnet before dispersing and swooping toward the crowd. Jake reflexively grabbed his card in midair and inspected the item with curiosity. Up close and personal, it looked and felt like a credit card. And indeed, an interface popped up immediately in his mind as he concentrated on it with his spirit body. He immediately knew everything he needed to know. Basically, it was a fluid storage vessel. The object was linked to his soul, ensuring that it could not be used without his consent, but there was also a trace of another contractor called Nilreg according to the interface. Probably the former holder of this card or the creator of it. What made this fluid card so interesting, however, was that it was not empty. It contained fluid. A lot of it. Holder, Jake Wilderth. Fluid remaining in the account, 10 million units. Good Lord. The shocked exclamations of the native soldiers mushroomed around him. The players were not as cheerful, but when they fed the data to their Oracle AI, they changed their minds. This energy is pure. She also briefed him with excitement. The bracelet's ether converter should be able to reconvert it to ether for the same amount. The fluid is also pure enough to be absorbed directly by your fluid core. In other words, Jake had just gotten his hands on a gold mine. 10M Ether PTS was already an exciting sum for most players, but with the current climate, absorbing fluid directly was more tempting. Faced with such a fortune, the attitude of most natives and players changed drastically. The animosity and tension that had barely dissipated returned at once. A paranoia set in, where everyone was afraid of being robbed. And from the scheming expressions of some, this paranoia was not groundless. This fluid card also had other functions, but they were currently unavailable. Good. Good. I see that everyone has familiarized themselves with their Purgatory card. The hologram picked up his speech with a laugh. Now that it's done, the round can begin. For this experience, you will participate in a very famous game, existing in many civilizations in different forms, the monster game. It doesn't ring a bell? That's normal. The original name has been changed. Yet, the rules remain more or less the same, with a couple of minor alterations. Please read the rules below. You have 5 minutes. With that, The hologram representing the space station layout was suddenly replaced by a list of rules similar to a certain board game on Earth. The monster game, round 1. In a galaxy far away, a small hamlet called Yotai Shuren 3 has recently fallen prey to the monsters. Murders are committed every night by some of the villagers, who have become monsters because of a mysterious phenomenon, a parasite who knows. The villagers must pull together to eradicate this new scourge from the ancient age, before the hamlet loses its last inhabitants. Goal of the game. Monsters, eliminate the villagers. Villagers, survive, eliminate the monsters. Flow of the game. At the beginning of the round, each participant will draw a roll card randomly using the draw function on their purgatory card. Most will become villagers, while the rest will become monsters. The day. Each inhabitant has a house in the village. During each day, participants will be free to move around and vote to eliminate someone they think is a monster. Another participant will also be elected by vote to carry out the sentence. The night. Residents must return to their homes to sleep. Only the monsters are allowed to go out and enter the house of a participant of their choice. During this time, the monsters will have special abilities that increase their chances of eliminating their target. A day/night sequence forms a cycle. Jake momentarily interrupted his reading with a thoughtful look. This game was incredibly similar to the werewolf game on Earth, but on a much more realistic scale. Jake wasn't a big fan of this game in the first place. Winning had a huge element of luck, the psychological dimension of which increased with each round. In the original game, a werewolf could not fail during its target's elimination, while the villager's elimination vote was also absolute. This was not the case here. They were free to defend themselves. And most importantly, he inspected his fluid card again to read the new features available, and a smile appeared on his face. The fluid inside the card was neither a gift nor a power source. It was money meant to be spent. And indeed, as he continued reading the rules, he got further confirmation. Victory conditions. The amount in a participant's fluid card has reached 50 million units. The participant will immediately qualify for round 2 and be teleported to a new village. All monsters have been eliminated. The remaining villagers qualify for round 2 and are teleported to a new village. All villagers have been eliminated. The remaining monsters qualify for round 2 and are teleported to a new village. Defeat conditions. When a participant's fluid card runs out of fluid. Disobeying the rules. Death. Draw. Each turn, it will be possible to draw a card via the algorithm of your fluid card. With the exception of the first roll card you draw at the start of the game, there are also treasure, challenge, enchantment, event, and reward cards. It is possible to draw additional cards by spending more fluid. Chapter 4:13 First Roll. The bulk of the rules were clear and concise, but also extremely vague, Jake noted inwardly. With the exception of the monster and the villagers, the other roles, if there were any, were not spelled out. It was all the more disturbing because not all the houses in the village looked alike. On the corner of the street, he could make out a building that looked like a restaurant or a tavern, while a little farther on a dead smithy was waiting to be rekindled. The small stone castle at the top of the hill and by the lake stood out even more and could not be ignored. There was even a kind of chapel or small temple bearing the effigy of an obscure deity. Depending on the card functions, roles, and other unmentioned possibilities related to the environment, he could imagine a multitude of scenarios deviating from the original game. With the financial and tactical dimension brought by the fluid card, this could quickly evolve in an unforeseen direction. The rest of the 5 minutes passed quietly, until the board hologram spoke again. The natives and players had calmed down, but distrust was on every face. Is everyone done? Well, never mind. The hologram clapped his hands together to get their attention with a cheerful swagger. I'll give you one last chance to ask your questions before the round begins. Any questions? The Native American woman immediately raised her hand. I have one, she said, pausing briefly to search for her words. It says that you lose the game when you die, when your purgatory card runs out of fluid, or when you violate the rules. The death case is explicit, but what happens if we lose in the other 2 cases? Jake nodded. It was a good question. Of course, there is something set up for those situations, but it's not a monster game rule, but a purgatory rule. The modified voice explained seriously this time. Whether it's disobeying the rules or bankruptcy, you will be punished. Purgatory is a place of penance and atonement. You must pay for your faults and sins. So in both of these examples, you will be sent to the pit. If you survive, you will be given a second chance. For those whose purgatory card was depleted, 5M units will be returned to them. Each time you return to the pit, the punishment will be greater, but you may also come out of it stronger. Though, the most likely conclusion is death. Believe me, running into a pack of hunters would be by far the lightest punishment. Most of the natives turned a shade whiter when they heard this last, barely concealed threat. Even for the players, facing these hunters in large numbers was extremely dangerous. For the weaker players, even one of these creatures was an almost insurmountable challenge. The only person who remained completely unfazed was the Inquisitor, the emotions on his non-existent face impossible to read. Any more questions? The Native American player raised her hand again, determined to ask anything she wanted to know. Yes. The hologram whispered with annoyance. Is it possible to know the list of existing cards and their function? No. The voice was adamant. It will be up to you to work them out as you go along, either by picking them or by bearing the cost. This unknown will help to make this experience more interesting. What I can tell you is that each card has a certain rarity. Some roles are also unique. It's up to you to draw the appropriate conclusions. Another question? No. Then bye and good purgatory. The hologram gave the young woman no chance. Its figure dissipated with a dramatic laugh, and silence returned to the square. Instead, a genuine robotic voice echoed in their heads as their purgatory cards flashed. The monster game has begun. Use draw to get your first roll. You have 60 seconds. Any refusal or delay will be treated as a disobedience of the rules and thus a forfeit. Like the others, Jake hurried to draw his roll. Villager, Forest Warden, rare. Upgradable, may walk freely in the forest by day and night. Owns a map showing the location of resources and dangers in the forest. He can also authorize and or forbid a person to enter the forest by cycle. His luck was not bad for once. His bad luck seemed to have run out with his previous misadventures. Now he would have to compare this role to the other participants, but just the mention of rare was enough to make him happy. To tell the truth, he was relieved he hadn't picked the monster role. It would have made him the enemy of the majority, and other than attacking other participants during the night, he had no other privileges and little room to maneuver, at least at the beginning of the game. Once he got his role, he screenshotted every person, whether it was their facial expression or their hormonal state, with a scan. If there was ever a time for participants to get emotional, it was during this tiny window. He successfully obtained an individual photo of each participant, but all information about their hormones and neurochemistry was blocked by a mysterious energy. Having a nasty feeling, he tried to access his space storage and failed miserably. "We are in a restricted space," she solemnly informed him. "The creator of this place has sealed it off from the rest of the world. He dictates what goes in and out, and that goes for your space storage as well. If you can't dissolve this spell, I'm afraid it's going to last. My guess is that these runes have something to do with it." Jake's face grew sullen, but at least his ether storage was still accessible. According to she, this was because ether was an energy held directly within the liquid alloy forming the bracelet. It wasn't a separate dimensional pocket. That's going to make it difficult. He finally muttered with a frown. That means that other than the food and water in my backpack, I have no supplies. Good thing I was carrying my machete with me. He quickly scanned the other participants and realized that most of the players had made the same mistake he had. With the exception of a weapon, some ammunition, and a backpack, all but one of the players were in the same predicament as he was. The last one was hyperventilating uneasily after coming to the realization that he had neither weapon nor supplies with him. Or perhaps he was panicking about something else. Maybe his role? Jake reminded himself to keep an eye on him. At long last, the 60 seconds ticked by, and the round officially began. Jake expected them to be given new instructions, but the robotic voice didn't speak again. Circuit spect. The soldiers and players exchanged doubtful glances, but didn't dare to take any initiative. If no one moved, they could have kept staring into each other's eyes indefinitely, but the Inquisitor broke the stalemate. He rose to his feet and walked out of the public square, his black cloak fluttering behind him with the airy grace of a ghost. Then they saw him pause in front of one house, then another, until he stopped for good in front of one of them. He then opened the door with a twist of the handle and went inside, never to be seen again. Having understood that they were free to attend to their business, everyone got up at the same time and deserted the square in a great commotion. Jake in turn began to walk along the cobblestone streets, looking for his own residence. On the way, he memorized everything he saw, especially when a participant walked into their own house. His rational mind was telling him that this would be of importance later on. After a short walk where he visited half of the village, which was not that big, he found his own house at the end of it. The house was cozy, opposite the forest and roomier than he expected with a small garden. The old wood front door had his initials in freshly dried gold paint, as if someone had come to put the finishing touches on the building a few minutes earlier. Jake couldn't help but wonder what kind of devilry was at work. The more he learned about this village, the less optimistic he became about his chances. While he had originally planned to steamroll over all adversity, he now wondered if he should lower his ambitions and focus on his main mission instead. This world was dangerous. He was strong among the natives, but he was not the ultimate life form, especially not in this place. Whether the enemy was Sigmar or someone else, everything pointed to the final boss being a fluid grandmaster of unparalleled power. This village proved that the person behind it could already affect reality with his powers and create real objects out of thin air. At his own level, it was just too sophisticated, mystical, and unfathomable, almost like real magic. Forgetting his worries, Jake eventually took a deep breath and pushed open the front door. The interior proved to be as welcoming and simple as he had imagined. The pine furniture was basic but functional, the fireplace homey, while the bed wasn't worth mentioning. The few notable elements were the forest map placed on the table along with a complete ranger's gear with a bow, cutlass, and arrows. Yet, what immediately caught his eye was the old clock nailed to the wall opposite the front door. An hour was marked on it, the hands moving about twice as fast as normal. 9:16 a.m., Jake read after some effort. It was the first time he'd seen an analog clock in real life. Back on Earth in 2106, you had to go to a museum to see one. After a quick mental calculation, he determined that each day and night would last about 6 hours, but he couldn't figure out what time either one ended. He would have to wait to find out. Now, what should I do? I've got all day to keep myself busy, Jake exclaimed after spinning around in circles for a few minutes. One of his findings from testing the door and walls was that they were virtually indestructible. Even a full-powered punch left only a tiny 1mm indentation in the wood of the door. Rest, train, plan a strategy, explore the village or the woods. She listed loosely. After all, you're supposed to be a forest warden. You might as well get a feel for your role. Who knows, it might make a difference. Then, let's do that. We'll think about the strategy on the way. He then found the key to his house in a drawer, which he used to lock behind him. He also retrieved the map, the cutlass, and the bow that he felt might be useful. Once outside, he spaced out watching the sky, wondering how the others were doing. He was praying that none of them had picked up the monster role. Except for Kevin, who already looked like one, it would most likely spell doom for them. Chapter 414 Stroll Around the Village. Over the next hour, Jake took the opportunity to tour the entire compound. He mapped the entire village with She's help and made sure to memorize everything he could with his almost photographic memory. He quickly became aware of a few things. There were 73 participants in total, for exactly 73 buildings, including his own. Among these dwellings, there was also a spacious manor house on the east side of the lake. In the center of the village, along the main street, some of these buildings had other functions such as the bakery, the grocery, the blacksmith shop, the tannery, or the tavern. The village was bordered by the lake to the north, the forest to the west, the mine to the east, and the farmlands to the south. The manor house was to the northeast, while his own residence as forest warden was at the far west of the village. Most importantly, he didn't find any way out. If this escape route existed, it was very well hidden. It would take time to locate it. On She's good advice, Jake also pushed himself to knock on doors. Needless to say, the lucky bastard who got the manor refused to open it for him. He swore to himself that he would show no mercy to the Fukanji native or player inside. The short-lived joy he had experienced upon obtaining a rare role was already a distant memory. With the few natives and players who agreed to open up to him, he was able to exchange some information, including the roles they occupied. Of course, if one of them was a monster, he would keep that secret to himself, but there was no harm in revealing the job that went with their status as villagers. Above all, some simply could not lie, like the baker or the tavern keeper. Their shop sign bore their name on the front door and did not allow for any misunderstanding. It was still possible that some of them had lied about the details of their role, but after cross-checking the information, his knowledge of the roles was as follows. The witch, Unique, can create potions of various types if she has the right ingredients and tools. She can sell her potions or buy ingredients from other villagers. The bailiff, Unique, can reassign some buildings if the occupant has been killed by giving them to wanderers. Has the keys to every house. The confessor, Unique, can ask a resident to reveal their original role once per cycle and after the vote has taken place. Occupies the chapel. The healer, Unique, can heal wounds up to 1 time per cycle and ACCU.mulate up to 5 charges. The teacher, Unique, can prevent up to 2 participants from voting per cycle. The tavern keeper, Unique, upgradable, holds the town's tavern. The tavern is unassailable, but if he or she votes against someone who is later eliminated, he or she will lose their privilege. These 5 roles were unique, and he was unable to determine if there were others, but it was very likely. The individuals who picked these roles all occupied recognizable buildings, and there was little point in lying. The witch role in particular turned out to have been obtained by the young Native American woman. She was more than happy to have someone to talk to and enthusiastically engaged in dialogue when she learned that he was also from Earth. Her name was Kawani Gru of the Potawatomi, a Native American clan that had all but disappeared in the United States and had grown up on a preserve dedicated to the protection of their customs in Oklahoma. She readily invited him to visit her home, but due to his distrustful nature and remnants of his sociability, Jake politely declined. Maybe this woman was just nice and naive, or confident enough in her abilities to take the risk, but she could also hide the soul of a snake behind her lovely smiles. In a totally different register, the bailiff was a hook-nosed, tiny-eyed Titan Pearl veteran officer named Gordon Mason. Jake had seen him briefly with A.V. Shawnman before, but he hadn't left a strong impression on him. He was the kind of guy who didn't leave a mark, scrawny, balding, always rubbing his hands with a cheesy smile. Typical of the kind of individual harboring many pent-up frustrations and resentments, but forced to wear this grinning mask in front of his enemies to keep a job he hates. Alas, he was a poor actor, and one generally tended to avoid such company. Jake was no exception. Behind his ostensibly cordial and subservient demeanor, the bailiff had clearly kept some information to himself. He had all the keys, yes, but to what end? Only he knew. As for the healer, confessor, and teacher, the 3 native soldiers turned out to be rather frank, since their roles could not be hidden. They occupied respectively the clinic, the chapel, and the school, 3 buildings perfectly recognizable among all. It was more than likely that they had not told him everything, but Jake was already amply satisfied. The tavern keeper, however, was by far the most interesting role of all, and was occupied by the person he would have least expected to see in that role, the Inquisitor. At the time, Jake almost turned around when he saw the modernized version of a Nazgul, but he refrained and was glad he did. Speaking in a gruff voice, the Inquisitor had shown interest in this trade of information and had made no bones about his role, just as Jake had. Clearly, scheming was not in his style, and the Inquisitor was supremely confident in his strength. After exchanging information, they bid each other farewell, and Jake went on his way. Regarding the non-unique roles, he ultimately managed to determine 15 additional occupations. Blacksmith can make weapons and other tools if supplied with enough ore. He has priority to buy resources from the miner. Miner can extract various ores from the nearby mine, the only ones who can enter the mine with the travelers. Fisherman can go to the lake freely to fish or sail. Herbalist can walk in the forest during the day and grow any herbs of their choice at each cycle. Mason can build new buildings, 1 each cycle, if resources are sufficient. Baker rises 1 hour before sunrise and has priority on certain products from the farmers and the grocery. Grocer rises at daybreak and has priority for buying from fishermen, farmers, and hunters. Farmer produces various food resources, which he can resell. The grocer, butcher, and baker have priority. Butcher has priority on prey from the hunters and some products from the farmers. Tanner has priority on the hunter's prey hides and pelts. Hunter can enter the forest to hunt during the day. The barber, the servant, and the comedian. The three players occupying the last three roles had refused to share any information about their role except for the name. The barber was held by the black man in armor named Drastrin, while the comedian was the tattooed Asian who had been issuing death threats with his cutlass. These were undoubtedly unique roles, but he would have to continue collecting information from the other villagers to conclude. The comedian had obviously been unwilling to chat with him, but sadly he was not in a position to play it safe, as his residence was a stage set up in front of a troubadour's caravan. Comedian was the name that Jake had temporarily chosen to qualify him. After finishing his walk to the far south, Jake then walked up the village to the forest as he had originally planned. The sun was now high in the sky, near its zenith, and was beating down hard. Based on the local time, it was almost noon. On the way, he noticed that some of the villagers had already begun to take up their roles. A farmer was plowing his field, while a fisherman was learning to maneuver a one-sailed catamaran of sorts on the lake with encouraging results. These were some of the most common resource production roles. Before leaving the fields and farms, he saw the figure of a beautiful pale woman with ruby eyes. Her tight-fitting satin dress seemed out of place among the pigs and horse manure, but she didn't seem to mind. Yet Jake noted the subtle quiver of her jaw as a pig pissed on her boots. Moments later, he spotted his own house at the western end of the village, then strode past it into unfamiliar territory. The forest was his domain. Along with the herbalists and the hunters, he was the only one who could enter it, and could even forbid or allow others into the area. As Jake moved deeper into the forest, the foliage of the deciduous trees grew denser and denser, as did the unruly vegetation growing at his feet. Soon, the gigantic, century-old trees blocked out the sun's rays, and a suffocating, silent, dangerous atmosphere replaced the fairy tale atmosphere of the village. A normal human would have been uncomfortable in this place, but with his perception this forest was as warm and bright as any other place under the sun. After a few hundred meters, his house and the rest of the village disappeared from his field of vision. The silence was oppressive, not even a bird or a cricket daring to sing. At that moment, rather than take any unwise risks, Jake took out his map. He located a resource spot marked with an icon in the shape of a four-leaf clover. "All right, let's try this place," Jake exclaimed aloud with the eagerness of an explorer heading out into unknown lands. He had barely taken a few steps in the chosen direction when suddenly the robotic voice boomed again, this time with shocking news. Contestant Peter Brady broke the rules by attacking contestant Susan Byrne at 12:14 p.m. during the cycle day phase. He will be punished by being sent to the pit. The sentence will be carried out immediately. If he survives his trial, he will reappear in the central square of the village in front of the fountain. The lull would not have lasted long. Chapter 415 still alive? So soon. Jake stopped in his tracks and reconsidered his options. To keep going, or to go back and witness the judgment's outcome. Undecided, he let she settle the matter. "We can go back to the forest any time we want," she replied plainly. Comparatively speaking, it is not certain that the voice will announce the outcome if this Peter Brady survives his retribution. On the other hand, it might be interesting to ask Susan Byrne about the motive for this attack. Everyone seems tense, but it's too early to panic. Jake weighed the pros and cons for a moment before agreeing. "Okay, let's go see what's going on." He let out a regretful sigh as he gazed at the exotic trees stretching as far as the eye could see, then turned back with ease. He had spent time analyzing and memorizing everything during his short stay in the forest, and his return to the village proceeded swiftly. Like a hurricane, he sprinted back the other way, kicking up clouds of dust and torn up grass. In an instant, he left the edge of the forest and passed his residence, followed by the alley leading to the main boulevard. Despite his excellent constitution, he arrived slightly out of breath in the central square. The forest floor and the paths leading to it were too soft, while the paved roads were not designed to support his weight. With his body agility and strength being close to 40 and 80 times that of a normal human respectively, he could theoretically trot for almost any length of time at near sound speed regardless of the ether content of the world he was in. Jake was definitely one of the top physical fighters in this ordeal. If he decided to shed his liquid alloy, few players in this ordeal would stand a chance of catching him. Sadly, because he was carrying 12 of the 30 tons of liquid alloy in his possession, moving and accelerating required considerable effort, requiring the assistance of his ether and telekinesis, not to mention reversing gravity to prevent the ground from giving way under his weight. This almost constant effort that Jake now routinely maintained without thinking could be considered a form of physical and mental training, but it was also the biggest drag on his performance. Because of his slower speed, he had been unable to decapitate a hunter with his sword during his first confrontation with these pests. Conversely, as soon as he adjusted his strikes by putting his full weight behind them, chopping these monsters into pieces became effortless. Jake didn't complain about this handicap. Offloading at the crucial moment was an absolute trump card that could save his life. Nevertheless, as he sweated profusely in front of the crowd of participants gathered around the square, he missed the Titan Pearl's metallic floor, which at least had the merit of bearing his weight. In the short term, it might be possible to deceive people, but he would eventually get tired, and someone would realize sooner or later that he was as heavy as a mammoth. As he arrived, some of the players and soldiers glanced at him briefly before losing interest in him. Jake recognized some of the familiar faces he had talked to earlier. Even the Inquisitor was present. The latter was hovering above the ground away from the crowd with his empty sleeves drooping limply. Clearly, he was just waiting for the results to add to his knowledge of this game. "Hey Jake, did you come for the judgment result?" Kawani waved her hand at him as she recognized the man. Jake rolled his eyes at the stupid question. Did she really think he was just passing by? Yet, the young Native American was friendly and kind, and he was not as antisocial as he used to be. Answering her call, he smiled innocently and walked over to greet her. "Do you know if this Peter Brody and Susan Byrne were players?" Jake inquired, ready to take advantage of the young woman's helpfulness while he could. It wasn't out of coldness or unwillingness to befriend her, but until proven otherwise she could very well be one of the monsters and might try to kill him next night. Gaining people's trust and then killing them was a classic strategy. Fortunately, Kawani didn't seem to mind him getting straight to the point. She answered his questions with the same zest. Maybe she just liked to gossip, whatever the reason. "Peter Brady is definitely a player," Kawani declared confidently. "He's the pale guy with an emo haircut who was freaking out earlier about having left all his equipment in his space storage. I didn't know him before this, but Daryl happened to know him well and recognized him on the spot." "Daryl? He's one of the Titan Pearl's chief physicians," she explained as she sensed his interest. "He got the healer's role and occupies the clinic." Jake immediately pictured a man in his 50s with long gray hair, tied in a ponytail. The veteran had a very casual style for a soldier doctor operating on a space station teeming with monsters. They had met earlier during his tour of the town. "It's okay, I know who it is." Jake nodded. "But why do they know each other?" Kawani let out a small laugh, then leaned in close to his ear with a knowing look. "I was told that this Peter Brady guy might be a drug addict. He's been to the Titan Pearl's infirmary several times covered in injuries. The ship's cameras apparently revealed that he had inflicted them upon himself. According to Daryl, he was doing this just to get morphine shots. When the doctor noticed that some of the drugs were missing, he immediately kicked him out." Jake was speechless at the mindset of such an individual. In a world where danger was everywhere, this guy still found ways to engage in such depravity. Just this feat deserved his respect. And then, why did he attack that Susan Byrne? Kawani shook her head before resuming. "I'm not sure. She has the butcher's role, and he allegedly attacked her when she refused to let him into her store. That's the lady over there." Jake stared in the specified direction and discovered a pretty woman of small stature with an abnormally large chest. It was hard to imagine how she bore the weight of her two assets, but she was apparently much tougher than she appeared at first glance. As soon as Peter Brady had choked her throat, she had promptly extricated herself from his stranglehold by violently lowering her elbows, then retaliated with a vicious knee strike to the TSDSELES. Poor Peter, who had already been victimized once, was thus at this very moment wretchedly enduring his second, possibly even more cruel, sentence. With his poor performance so far, the chances of him coming back alive from the pit were not high. After chatting and exchanging small talk, Jake and Kawani shared a bit about their experiences in the previous two ordeals before falling silent again. Meanwhile, A few more onlookers had filled the forum's stands, and the growing unrest was once again on display. 2 brawls had nearly broken out in those few moments. Jake was beginning to wonder if all these incidents were normal and just the result of pent-up emotion from the recent days, or if some other force was at work. He had brushed off the corruption mentioned by Wan in the diary, but he was finally starting to take this threat seriously. Right now, he felt normal, but it was hard to assess. When in doubt, he preferred prevention to cure. Let me know if you detect any abnormalities in my ether and fluid core, as well as my vital signs. Also, cross-check the previous scans with each other to see if there is a gradual change. Individually, the scans might look okay, but with more material it might be possible to identify a pattern. She didn't get a chance to give him the result. All of a sudden, a flash of red lightning struck the cobblestone floor in front of the fountain, cast from a cloudless sky. Momentarily blinded, most people closed or covered their eyes with an arm, only to discover a foul-smelling, purulent mess curled up on the pavement. Squinting, Jake vaguely recognized the contours of a human being. Based on Kawani's description and the very reason they were out here, this putrefied thing was undoubtedly the infamous Peter Brady. Is he dead? The crowd wondered with bated breath. The huddled form remained motionless for almost a minute before it took a sharp intake of breath and began a coughing fit. Peter was alive. After a few minutes of agony, the player began to shed pounds of dead, ulcerated skin and eventually found the strength to stand up. He was now naked and hairless, his old emo cut having been permanently left behind in the pit. Seemingly oblivious to the stunned crowd watching him like a miraculous specimen, Peter searched his pocket for a pack of cigarettes and a lighter before remembering that he had forgotten them in his space storage. As for the clothes on him, they had long since melted. Jesus fuckng Christ. I almost died out there. This bitch is dead when I see her again. He then spouted a long litany of insults, each one more inventive than the last. If a coughing fit causing him to spit blood had not interrupted him, God only knew how long he would have continued. Eventually, Peter noticed the crowd around him and leaned back against the fountain, letting himself slide down to face them. A crooked smile came over his jaded face, and he extended a hand as if to beg. Anybody got a cigarette? Chapter 416. Poor thing. Jake didn't even bother trying. For one thing, he didn't smoke, and the miscellaneous assets of that sort suitable for trade were still stuck in his space storage. This Peter Brady was simply trying to scrounge up some profits in exchange for the tale of his experience inside the pit. As the first person to be sent there and come back unscathed, this information was priceless, and he knew it. A fool would be the one seeking to satisfy him, thinking he could make do with a mere cigarette. This guy was a heavy drug addict and would do anything to get his fix. One cigarette would never be enough. As stupid as this Peter was to attack someone just 1 hour after the round started, at least he knew how to count. Such a chance to reap maximum benefits would not happen again anytime soon, and he absolutely intended to milk every last one of them for all they were worth. I've got one. The tattooed Asian stepped forward and took out a pack of cigarettes from his pants pocket and a lighter from the other. His face deprived of the threatening rictus he permanently sported, he threw the cigarette to Peter, who caught it on the fly between his index and middle finger. The latter closed the eyes, sniffed with a big inhale the object stuck to his nose, then pushed a small sigh of ecstasy. Ah, that's the real stuff. It should be of the 7 Stars brand? You're Japanese? The stoner asked in an expert tone. I am. Nice. Not that I want to rush you, but it won't light itself. Peter bragged without an ounce of respect as he played with the cigarette in his mouth. The tattooed player clenched his fists subconsciously, his muscles bulging dangerously, but he managed to remain calm. With a constipated smile, he crouched down to bring his lighter to the cigarette and lit the end. At once, Peter puffed on his finally lit cigarette and closed his eyes for a few seconds, holding his breath before exhaling a cloud of smoke straight to his benefactor's face. The benefactor's facade shattered instantly, and flushed with anger, he raised his cutlass against the insolent man's throat. I chose diplomacy because I have a big heart. If you want me to play it rough, keep testing my patience. A little hint, I don't have any. The stoner continued to act as if he hadn't heard anything, too focused on enjoying the sensations brought on by this nicotine shot. Oh, you were saying something? Peter seemed to notice something was wrong when he saw the congested face and the huge veins pulsing on the forehead of his questioner. Seeing that his benefactor was about to explode with fury, far from apologizing, he burst out laughing. "You can't hit me, unless you want to go into the pit next. But then, what would be the point of negotiating with me?" Baited, the player lightly thrust the tip of his blade into Peter's throat with the countenance of a guy willing to act, but at the last moment he retracted it and patted his shoulders a few times instead, though a bit too heavily. "You're right. My bad." The tattooed Asian man apologized deceptively. "Enjoy your cigarette all you want. Can I have another one?" "Sure." Half an hour later, and after 5-6 cigarette butts had polluted the pavement of the public square, the infuriating Peter finally dropped a piece of information. "They threw me into a basin filled with corrosive liquid. Nothing more, nothing less." The audience was momentarily taken aback by this short account. "How did you survive? Or rather, how did you leave the pit?" The tattooed player rephrased his question, realizing that nothing obliged the junkie to divulge his abilities. Everyone had trump cards for this kind of predicament. Instead of answering, Peter begged again, holding out his hand. 3 cigarette butts on the floor later, he answered cheekily, "I just left the pool after a while." "Damn it." The Asian instantly lost it and strangled him with both hands, his thumbs and fingers digging deep into his throat, squeezing his windpipe and carotid arteries. The junkie's eyes became bloodshot and his face turned a sickly purple. Before Peter could even pretend to resist, the ground suddenly opened under the furious player's feet, and an irresistible force of attraction drew him down into the gulf. He resisted for a brief second, but then the gravitational pull overcame him and he was whisked away. The cobblestone floor then closed up behind him as if nothing had happened. If there weren't so many witnesses to the incident, they might have thought it was a hallucination. Contestant Chinan Taisho broke the rules by attacking contestant Peter Brady at 1:03 p.m. during the cycle day phase. He will be sentenced to the pit. The sentence will be carried out immediately. If he survives his trial, he will reappear in the village's central square in front of the fountain. Mwahaha! A burst of insane laughter broke the incredulous silence. Turning toward the source of the noise, the crowd discovered a Peter curled up on the ground and spasming. A minute later, he picked up and puffed on his still-lit cigarette and exhaled yet another cloud of smoke with a long sigh. What a fucking moron. Taking the bait so easily at his age? Poor thing. Jake frowned with mild suspicion, but he didn't interrupt the victim's fit of mockery. Peter was clearly insane and much harder to deal with than anyone else had thought. Still, this Chinan Taisho had given in to violence too easily. With his perpetual sullen demeanor and death threats, this guy was far from an angel, but he shouldn't have been that quick to lose his temper. Was it Peter's talent or the corruption at work? That was a mystery for later. Convinced that Peter wouldn't spill his guts so easily, Jake decided to go back and explore his forest. He already had a little idea on how to coax the druggie, but that would depend on the largesse of the land under his protection. "Where are you going?" Kawani asked in surprise as she saw him leave without a goodbye. "Into the forest." Jake grumbled without turning around. Soon, he heard someone running after him with a light step. "Can I come with you?" Kawani asked pleadingly with her best pout. Jake assessed her request while glancing her up and down, then remembered her witch's role and agreed with one condition. "I want 5% of your fluid immediately as payment and 20% of the potions you produce with the herbs you obtain with my assistance." "What? But I thought we were friends." The Native American woman huffed, arms akimbo. "Nice try." Jake scoffed as he started walking again. Wait, wait," she shouted as she trotted after him. "I can pay the 5%, but I can't give away 20% of the potions. For starters, I can only make 4 potions a day right now." "Then give me 1 every day." Jake objected. He wasn't so naive as to believe that 4 was really her limit. At least not for long. Besides, there was no reason for her to use her witch role to craft these concoctions. If her residence was a match for her role, she probably possessed all the paraphernalia dedicated to alchemy and other practices one would expect of a respected witch. Kawani seemed to hesitate for a long time, but she kept walking beside him, thus proving to him that she had already agreed to the deal. "Okay then," she said cautiously after a while, "but I must have priority to accompany you into the forest. I know you have a quota too." Sure. Kawani's face lit up like sunshine upon hearing his approval. But first we sign a contract. Jake doused her enthusiasm mercilessly. A contract with their bracelets meant that neither of them could evade or lie about the terms of the agreement. Even if the oracle system didn't work perfectly in this ordeal, the punishment would come sooner or later, and those for breaking the contract meant at best a huge compensation and at worst permanent death. For Kawani, she would be forced to reveal exactly how many potions and what types she could produce each day. It was extremely restrictive, but a necessary precaution. The witch role just had too much potential. Jake also had to specify what his daily quota was, but since it was one anyway, he was clearly the winner of the contract. In the end, it turned out that Kawani could create up to 6 potions daily with her current witch role, 2 more than originally stated. Kawani read over the contract with reluctance, but eventually signed it with a sigh. I hope I'm not making a huge mistake. She groaned with an aggrieved expression. I returned the compliment. Jake said happily as he received the 5% fluid promised in their deal. Connecting their fluid cards was all it took to make this trade. With the contract signed, the two players visibly relaxed. Despite a good first impression, neither of them had really let their guard down, and this contract allowed them to trust each other. At least enough to start cooperating. About 10 minutes later, the duo reached the forest, and with his authorization, characterized by a thin halo of green light, Kawani was allowed to follow him inside. Jake then guided her to the destination originally planned, and marked on the map by a 4-leaf clover. When they got there, they discovered a sunny meadow covered with flowers and exotic plants of all kinds. The trees around also carried alien fruits with bizarre shapes. Some of the fruits and plants looked almost normal, but most of them were so unusual that it was almost certain that they did not exist outside, having been invented solely for this game. Upon seeing all these ingredients, Kawani gave a delighted yell and hurried to start plucking. She seemed to know exactly what to pick, and Jake put this omniscience down to her witch role. Jake assisted her as best he could, picking up whatever he found interesting. As the sun fell and their backpacks packed full, they turned back to the village, both satisfied. When they arrived at his house, they waved goodbye and went their separate ways. A few minutes later, the robotic voice informed them that the second phase of the cycle was about to begin. Night will fall in 5 minutes. The monsters will then be empowered to take action. Villagers must be and remain in their homes during this time unless they have special permission, ability, or conditions that allow them to ignore this rule. Any violation of this rule will be punished by a trip to the pit. Chapter 417, A Long Night. Jake entered his house, then mentally counted the seconds until 5 minutes had passed. The robotic voice didn't come back, and he assumed that the night cycle had indeed begun. Jake peeked out the window and was able to ascertain that it was indeed pitch black outside. As he did so, the robotic voice sounded again, this time exclusively in his head. Startled, he almost drew his weapon before changing his mind. Attention! The villagers terrorized by the monsters are hiding in their homes. The shutters and doors are closed so as not to attract the monsters' attention. Any breach of the rules will be punished by a stay in the pit. Fuck, Jake cursed in a foul mood. He had hoped to watch the monsters' arrival by looking out the window, but it seemed that the organizer of this purgatory had left no blind spots. Spurred on by a sudden idea, he tried to look through the walls with his Mertherian sight, but his face quickly darkened when he realized that these so-called rudimentary wood and stone walls were even denser than lead. Dense enough, at least, to make him completely blind. Even if you were able to do this, a new rule would probably be enacted to prohibit this kind of skill. She consoled him gently. It is likely, however, that a roll or card exists that allows you to spy through your window. I think so too. Jake nodded, the unpleasant surprise behind him. Now what should I do? How should I know? I'm afraid you'll have to wait until morning, she suggested lamely. I almost envy those who are going to be attacked tonight by the monsters. Restless, Jake paced back and forth in his living room with no light, save the hypnotic flame of a candle lit with his forefinger. His house being the most eastern of the village, it was also one of the most isolated. Not that it would have made much difference. Obviously, the runes on the walls were also blocking out all sound from outside. Hey, she. Jake probed again after a few minutes of silence. Yes. She answered the call faithfully. Would you mind appearing next to me? I'm bored. Sure. The hologram of a perfect figure wearing tight-fitting black jade armor materialized in front of him with a slightly moved expression. She was as beautiful as ever, her red and black eyes never leaving him indifferent. Her veins gave off a ruby glow under her skin, but unlike Jake, this feature was permanent. Even her tiny scales, barely discernible with his high perception, were a jewel of perfection, matching the craftsmanship of the best jewelers. Jake had no way of verifying what her skin would feel like if she had a body, but he was pretty sure it would be as smooth and silky to the touch as he imagined. With their consciousnesses linked, he could feel the subtle melancholy and sadness that seemed to permanently afflict her. Most of the time she managed to keep her thoughts to herself, but sometimes when she slackened off he could catch a fleeting glimpse. Do memories of your old life ever come back to you? Jake asked suddenly out of the blues. With no way to duck inside his skull, she's hologram was fluid U.S.tiered, changing her expression a few times before answering with uncertainty. A few, but they are not happy memories. The appearance I have now is inspired by someone I cared about, but I can't tell who it was. Maybe it was just me looking in the mirror and I recalled it, or maybe it was an old friend or sibling. What I do know for sure is that it was a very long time ago. When you say a long time ago, is it a few years or much longer? Jake bounced off her last point. She had never told him how old the real she was. A very long time. When the digesters attacked my world and my planet joined the mirror universe, there was only System A. I guess you've long understood how the mirror universe is segmented. The first letter or letters determine a group of 1,000 subsystems, identifiable by their own number. Each subsystem can have up to 1,000 planets CLU.S, tiered together like B842. Your system ZZ831 is the most recent. On average, a new agglomerated planet like B842 is created every few years, which is often formed from several seed worlds or micro-universes with their own laws if you prefer. If the real she is still alive, she might be so old it's hard to conceive. Your brain can't handle that much data, and neither can my consciousness. The inability to access my memories is not just because your oracle rank is too low. It's also because we wouldn't be able to handle it. Jake tried to imagine what it would be like to be older than the Big Bang, on top of huge mental stats conferring absolute memory, but he quickly gave up. It was just too far from his reality. When he remembered that System A1 still existed, and that these inconceivably ancient planets were potentially still populated by billions of people as old as she, he once more came to grips with his insignificance in this immense universe. If you had your own body, you'd probably be able to destroy this station with a snap of your fingers. If you came to Earth, you'd probably be worshipped as a goddess. Jake teased her enviously. The beautiful AI smiled demurely, but deep down she enjoyed these kinds of compliments. Yet, she didn't smile for long and quickly regained her sternness. System A is full of gods, goddesses, and other mythical creatures, but don't get me wrong. It's not heaven, it's hell. The conflict against the digesters and other mirror universes is on a scale you can't even fathom. It's another stratosphere. The digesters you've faced so far wouldn't even be fit to lick the shoes of a newborn from there. Digesters are a different breed of life than we are, with their own evolutionary tree. Although they may look similar to us, they are completely different. Genetically and etherically speaking, you are closer to a dragon of entropy from System A1 than the humanoid rank 4 digesters you fought. The digesters you have encountered so far would be the Earth equivalent of protozoan bacteria. As dangerous and versatile as they are disorganized and act only on instinct. Even then, you can already see that from rank 5 on, the intelligence of some is already comparable to that of humans. Remember this well. Somewhere at the top of their evolutionary tree they have their own humans and other civilized species. My memories of these things are veiled in a thick haze, but I can still remember the nightmare they embody. She paused briefly, then said with utmost gravity, "We're losing the battle, Jake. The deserters are piling up, and so are the traitors. Sooner or later, you'll have to make your own choices too." Jake could sense a kind of desperation in her voice, and it affected him greatly. He wanted to comfort her, but there was nothing he could do. After hearing this, both she and Jake were no longer in the mood for further discussion. They fell silent, lost in their own thoughts, but the hologram stayed by his side. After a few minutes, Jake pulled himself together and decided to dispel those bad thoughts with some training. It was just another way to put this boring night to good use. Used to it, he inserted a few logs in the chimney to start a fire with his powers, then sat cross-legged inside. This one was just big enough to allow this action. He then gradually increased the temperature and intensity of the flames by confining the heat inside the fireplace with his telekinesis. He also kept an air inlet for oxygen and an exhaust for smoke. When he was confident that the chimney and his force fields could withstand the strain, he mobilized his ether core to release even more heat. Soon, the familiar cranial pressure accompanying these intense mental efforts appeared again. As always, Jake conditioned his mind and gritted his teeth for the torture that was to come. Simultaneously, he tried to absorb the fluid around him to expand his fluid core, but after a few minutes, he felt something wrong. His relative calm was about to collapse, and one look at She's tantalizing curves awakened urges of a nature and intensity he had never felt before, not even when Sarah had turned him on at the beach. This was not a simple biological reaction, but an urge for violence and subjugation. "Jake, are you okay?" She opened her eyes as she noticed his strange behavior. The flames in the fireplace were so dense around him that Jake was a blur inside, but his golden and silver eyes were beaming like two devil suns, their usual placidity gone. "Close the pores of your fluid core, seek out the silver metal in your cells, and activate the blue soulstone portion," she ordered. Still lucid but agitated, Jake shook his head to clear his parasite thoughts and followed She's instructions. He instantly returned to his normal state, but kept feeling slightly different. So this was the corruption they were talking about. Jake sighed with an expression of realization. "But I'm afraid it's already too late to avoid it." "She, did you really not detect anything?" "Absolutely nothing. The bracelet is not picking up any anomalies." Jake mused over everything he knew for a brief moment before declaring, "From now on, I will only use the ether from my ether core. I can also convert the ether from it to fluid if necessary, but it would be better to secure another source. The fluid card might be a solution, but that remains to be verified." With his mind made up, he extracted the fluid received as payment from Kawani earlier in the day and was able to confirm that the energy was indeed pure. In any case, he did not feel any of the adverse effects he had just experienced. "This is going to be a disaster for the other players," she said solemnly. "Too few have an ether core in the third ordeal. This place could actually turn into a real purgatory at this rate. Perhaps avoiding the pit will be a far greater challenge for most than surviving a night by the rules of this game. Well, fuck it. I just hope the others figure it out in time." Jake concluded somberly as he resumed his training. That night, Jake waited in vain for a monster attack. He continued to train tirelessly with She's company to chat and entertain him, until the robotic voice rang out again, heralding the beginning of a new cycle with some more bad news. Chapter 4:18 The Noon Vote. Villagers Willem Colt and Fanny Sins were killed by the monsters last night. Villager Hefi's Vist survived his attack and gains 1 reputation point. Jake opened his eyes and listened to the announcement carefully. If a monster can only attack 1 villager per night, then there are at least 3 of them. Jake stated serenely. It would be wise to go find this Hefi's to learn a little more about the methods available to these monsters. She commented as she removed her hologram, especially what appearance they take on at night to cover their real identities. Jake nodded, then cautiously tried to open the shutters. This time he did not hear the monotone voice calling him to order. The first rays of sunlight penetrated the cottage unimpeded, and he finally had a clear view of the street after a night cut off from the rest of the world. A new cycle had begun. With it came the right to draw again, and Jake immediately asserted that right. After all, it was one of the only levers they had in this round other than their initial role and abilities. There were 3 stacks to choose from: roles/challenges, treasures, and enchantments/events. The last category, reward, was grayed out, and Jake suspected that it would only be available at the end of a round or after certain conditions had been met, possibly those of a challenge. Without hesitation, he drew a role and challenge card. Rather than gamble on a miracle item, he thought it best to increase the number of options available to him. More roles meant more room to maneuver and more knowledge of them in the game itself. As for challenges, by virtue of the feat or action to be accomplished, they would at least tell him they were possible. For example, if a challenge required him to attack another villager at night, it would confirm to him that there was at least one way other than being a monster to perform this task. Of course, there was still the possibility that it was impossible, in which case the card might remain useless, but it was a risk worth taking. Jake felt a momentary spike of excitement when he found he had just drawn a roll card, but immediately lost interest when he read the details. Roll card. Baker. Uncommon. The baker wakes up an hour before sunrise to bake bread and has priority over certain products from farmers, and grocers. Requirements for the role: bakery building, prepare and sell a batch of bread and pastries to the inhabitants. To keep this role, it is necessary to prepare a batch of bread every morning. The role will be lost after 2 consecutive missed days if the village holds another active baker. FUCK. Compared to his own role as forest garden, this baker role was only obligations and duties. Yet, this role was not as useless as it seemed. With their space storage out of reach, the players would quickly run out of food. With violence prohibited, they would eventually be compelled to buy bread to satisfy their hunger. Meanwhile, the only currency available was the fluid within their fluid card. Baker was actually an easy way to make quick bucks. To take it a step further, it was probably one of the safest and most lucrative jobs available at the beginning of the game. Lastly, the slight advantage of waking up a little earlier than others could certainly be put to good use in many ways. After drawing this disappointing card, Jake contemplated using his fluid to draw new cards briefly. At 1M units per card drawn, he reluctantly dismissed this crazy idea. He was confident in his ability to conserve his fluid and even gain some, but with the corruption at work, this pure, readily usable energy had become extremely valuable. He would not spend it easily, not until he had a safe and efficient way to acquire more. With the card drawn unusable, Jake stopped dithering and left his house, taking his map and his warden's gear with him. He walked briskly toward the town square and noted that the bakery was indeed already open. The villager inside was a native he didn't recognize, and he took the opportunity to test the waters. The baker looked tiny in front of him, but he did not take advantage of it. "A loaf of bread and a croissant, please," he asked politely. Jake didn't really need to eat, but it was necessary to understand the market. Okay. Jake accepted with no attempt to bargain. It was a good deal. If it were him, he would have produced a limited amount of bread and resold it to the locals at a premium. Even if this generated resentment and hatred towards him, the worst he risked was a night attack by a monster. Needless to say, that was all he hoped for. Of course, Jake did not try to educate the native. He would learn from his mistakes soon enough, and the price would surely skyrocket if he wasn't an idiot. Otherwise, mulating 50M fluid units at these rates would take him years. Jake then visited the grocery, butchery, and fishmongers, and bought some groceries and other staples. He learned from their owners that, like the baker, they were dependent on the producing trades such as farmers, hunters, and fishermen for their supplies. All in all, he spent 2,680 fluid units, which was a trifle compared to the 500,000 units he had charged Kawani. Maybe he should lower his price next time. For the moment, these businesses were far from operating at their full potential and were running on the meager reserves contained in their residence at the start of the round. It wouldn't be long before they were completely sold out. Before leaving the village, he tried to find out who Hefies was, the only fellow to have been attacked by a monster and survived to tell the tale. It turned out that Hefies was one of the farmers, but also a player from EGA like the two sisters. Jake also learned with amazement that Chinen Taisho, the tattooed player with a Yakuza look, had also survived when he came across his morbid face while walking on the boulevard. Unlike Peter Brady, he had no wounds on him, and no one knew when he had returned from the pit. However, the warrior didn't have his trademark cutlass with him and had lost a few pounds since the day before. "Hey Jake, you're just in time." The Native American greeted him without taking her eyes off her cauldron. A pile of ready potions and even more failed products lay on the only small table in the room. Some mishap must have occurred during the concoction process, for the ceiling and walls were black with soot, the floor having turned oddly green in one place. Kawani threw her last ingredient into the pot with extreme concentration, then sponged off her forehead with a cloth prepared in advance. "Phew, I'm done using all the herbs. I can only make 2 different potions right now, but I'm optimistic. I'll let you pick the ones you're interested in." Inspecting the potions out of the corner of his eye, Jake quickly noticed that the amber liquid inside was the same for all the vials. Opening and sniffing the vials one by one, he was amazed to find that they were odorless. Baffled, he asked, "How am I supposed to choose? Oh, I almost forgot. The labels." Kawani facepalmed before realizing that she didn't have any labels anyway. Faced with Jake's annoyance, she had no choice but to explain. The first potion is a healing potion that can heal all wounds except amputations, while the second is a poison effective against monsters but harmless to other villagers. Kawani was clearly dying too, but she had to decline. "Sorry, but I have to sell these potions if I want to make a living here," she justified herself with an apologetic expression. Jake expected this and didn't bother her further. He went back to his house and crafted a wooden sign with the words, "If interested in entering the forest or prohibiting another person from entering the forest, contact me. Jake, the forest warden." He then spent the rest of the day exploring the hardwood territory under his protection, picking anything that caught his eye and appeared to have the slightest value. Without Kawani to slow him down, he quickly filled his bag with all sorts of herbs and fruits. Even if he had no more fluid to buy food, he would not starve. He also encountered his first monsters as he ventured further afield, where the woods were so dark that it seemed to be almost dusk. The creature looked like a boar, but was the size of a full-grown rhino with huge tusks. This thing proved so tenacious that it took all his strength to knock down the giant wild pig with a cataclysmic punch. When the boar died, Jake was almost on his knees, wheezing and puffing heavily to catch his breath. A few minutes later, Jake came across another player in the forest and watched him kill a similar boar with a single arrow between the eyes, a hunter. Apparently, this role also came with some advantages. Either the bow was something special, or it was the arrows. The hunter, a player named Tayar, taught him that apart from entering the forest to hunt, he could do nothing else. If he tried to pick up a special herb or fruit, he would get a warning. At least, this game is still fair. Jake rejoiced inwardly as he discovered that his own role also had its perks. Alas, this short-lived joy did not survive the next announcement from the robotic voice a few hours later. The noon vote took place in the village square. The villagers present voted against Jake Wilderth, Tayar Zebek, and Peter Brady, suspecting them of being monsters. The enforcers, Chin and Taisho, Avros Valruk, and Svara were chosen to eliminate the culprits. Until the next vote, the enforcers can attack them freely. Chapter 419, Building a Bunker Again. What the hell? Jake and Tayar shouted in rage at the same time before exchanging a look filled with injustice. Why are they voting against us? The hunter wondered aloud. Even if we were both monsters, there's no way they would have identified us so early. Besides, I'm pretty sure Peter Brady isn't one. Jake raised a suspicious eyebrow at the guy in front of him. What makes you say that? Peter's just a druggy idiot. Tayar explained analytically. He put on a brave face when he came out of the pit, but I'm sure his body suffered some after effects. If I were him, I would have spent the night licking my wounds and resting. Then there's only one possible explanation. Jake concluded sullenly. 3 attacks last night, 3 votes. It's safe to say there are 3 monsters among the villagers. With Peter's behavior yesterday and our absence from the vote, it's not absurd that they voted against us, even if it is silly. I'm curious to know who took the initiative to convince the others. Remembering the name Chin and Taisho among the enforcers, he already had his little idea. The 2 criminals hadn't even considered their next tactic for tackling the later part of the day when another announcement from the robotic voice reverberated above them. Villager Gordon Mason was elected mayor of the village with 51% of the vote. He will retain this additional role until he resigns or a new election is called by the majority, possible once every 5 cycles. Upon hearing the name Gordon Mason, Jake was immediately reminded of the mealy-mouthed and forgettable Titan Pearl officer currently occupying the role of bailiff. Bailiff was already an important role, although he didn't know the details, and the role of mayor would further add to his authority. Now, Jake still didn't know what the point of being the village mayor was, but a unique role like this was sure to have a few interesting perks. I'm leaving, Tayar declared abruptly as he picked up his bag full of boar meat. They were in the same predicament, but neither of them trusted each other. Rather than being perpetually in fear of being backstabbed, perhaps it was better to go it alone. That was why Jake didn't try to stop him. All right, take care. Before leaving, Tayar knelt down to pray briefly in a certain direction before giving him a final head nod in parting. From his strong accent, the time of day, and his prayer posture, Jake identified him as a Muslim. Still, he couldn't help but wonder how the Qibla, prayer direction, was determined in the mirror universe. For all he knew, Mecca and its great mosque might not exist anymore. On top of that, at this very moment, they were not in the same universe either. If he crossed the hunter again, he would definitely ask him the question. Once more alone, Jake did not linger either. His bag was packed with herbs, fruit, and boar meat, but he had no intention of returning to the village. Jake realized that very few villagers had the ability to enter the forest without his permission. The hunters were among them, as was the herbalist, whom he had recently learned about from Tayar. If Kawani had known that such a role existed, she would surely not have signed the contract with him with such decisiveness. These three enforcers were in for a nasty surprise if they thought they were getting a bargain by targeting him. Remembering that Hephais, the lone survivor from last night, had gotten a reputation point for his feat, Jake was somewhat excited to replicate that performance. That's no reason not to do something. If you have time to daydream, you'd better set up a defense base. She admonished him lightheartedly. Yeah, right. Jake pulled out his map to look for an interesting spot and found an ideal hill, slightly elevated. The forest was quite large, much larger than the space station was supposed to be. The fluid Grandmaster's powers behind it all commanded respect. He quickly covered the distance, using his telekinesis to muffle the sound of his footsteps and limit his weight. He didn't want to disturb the monsters and creatures in his path. These would become a natural defense in case his aggressors managed to chase him here. When he got to the top of the hill, Jake discovered a small clearing at the top, which reminded him vividly of the stone house in his second ordeal. At that time, Sarah wasn't the bitchiest of bitches yet, as Lu Yan held that position with flying colors. Already an expert in the field, Jake rebuilt a fortress of stones and heated earth in no time. He carved and hewed the trunks of nearby trees to make a multitude of spears and projectiles, and with his high intelligence and creativity, took the opportunity to recreate all sorts of mechanical traps. When the stone fortress, which was nothing more than a bunker with access to the roof, was finished, Jake stopped satisfied and dripping with sweat. If time permitted, he would add a secret escape route by digging underground. His work done, Jake sat cross-legged atop his bunker and waited. About an hour later, he heard twigs snapping and one of his traps was activated soon after. I can't believe it, they really came. Maybe the enforcers have special authorization or a way to locate you, she suggested without much faith. It seems unlikely, but we'll see. Jake retorted nonchalantly, drawing his machete. He activated his Murtharian sight and detected an etheric signature at the base of the hill in front of him. The individual was bleeding, clearly skewered by one of his traps. Indeed, when Jake arrived at the bottom looking relaxed with his machete resting against his shoulder, he discovered a Chinen Teisho nailed to a tree by a 3 m long, 15 centimeters diameter wooden stake. The tattooed player was in constant pain as he tried unsuccessfully to free himself. Jake! Chinen howled in rage and agony like a wounded dog when he spotted him. It's me. Jake nodded good-naturedly. Get me down and wash your neck for me. The tattooed man inveighed between bloody coughing fits. Oh, and why should I? Jake paused to glare at the enforcer with scorn. You really think I don't see through your little game? Chinen instantly abandoned his theatrics, and a cold, numb look at the trunk sticking in his chest replaced his tortured rictus. He seemed to notice Jake for the first time. You're not an easy prey, he said. No kidding. Are you with the tattooed giant and the other dork named Wild? You seem to share the same hot blood. Jake abruptly changed the subject. You mean Boris? Chinen probed with genuine surprise in his eyes. A bald guy my size, biceps as big as my thighs, and so many tattoos you can barely make out his skin color? Yeah, that's him. Are you one of us? The impaled man chuckled. Sorry, I don't know him. Just seen him once or twice from a distance. Jake apologized with a straight face. It wasn't a lie. He had only run into these two players on 2 occasions. To greet the pirate Captain Emiwan on the Titan Pearl, and in the meeting room with AV when Boris had brought the remains of a hunter he had exterminated with his own fists. The tattooed player almost spat blood again upon hearing this. This guy was truly infuriating. Okay, I'll stop messing with you. Jake yanked the huge stake out his chest without batting an eyelash. As Chinnen flopped limply to the ground to wriggle like a fish out of water, he proclaimed, I give you two choices. Either you give me 50% of your fluid, and I'll let you go as you came. If you are a good boy, I will even give you some bandages and medicine. Second choice, I torture you until you die or sign a slave contract with me. Not long ago, Jake would never have considered the second option, but his moral compass had recently grown more flexible. If that was the price of victory, he could sure go to hell. He wouldn't do that to just any player, but to one who had issued death threats and tried to kill him for no reason. He would sleep soundly no matter what happened. I choose, Chinnen muttered, the end of his sentence not audible. I can't hear anything. Louder. Jake reached up with his hand funneled against his ear to taunt him. I choose. The tattooed player was deathly pale, barely clinging to consciousness. Yes. Jake moved closer. I choose. To kill you. Chinnen's befuddled, extinguished gaze suddenly cleared, replaced by unflinching loathing. The huge hole in his chest closed in a split second, and his bloodless skin turned a heathish shade. The tattoos of a minotaur and another creature on his chest and arms seemed to come to life, and his muscles momentarily filled out. Still crouching, Chinnen threw a punch of prodigious force considering his posture. Simultaneously, Jake heard a noise above him and let himself be swallowed by the ground, only to reappear a few feet back. Gazing at his former position, he discovered a Nawai woman wincing as she looked teary-eyed at her broken axe. Finally out of hiding, Jake observed casually, It's about time. I was tired of waiting. Chapter 4, 20 Domination. With her mud-colored skin, what looked fluorescent blue braided hair, and female Viking attire, it was hard not to recognize her kind. However, Jake had to admit that this was the first time he'd come across a female fighter. All the ones he had met up to now were being humped from morning to night by the giant Nawai males, infamously known for having a raisin-sized brain. By process of elimination, Jake identified this woman as Svara, one of the 3 enforcers chosen to execute him. Die! Chinnen leapt at him with leopard-like explosiveness, a long knife drawn out of nowhere in his hand. He had probably picked it up during the second ambusher's diversion. Jake stood calmly on guard, raising his machete at the knife as if he knew exactly where the attack would land. Shriya. To his surprise, the crude iron knife didn't snap immediately against his Warmack machete. Instead, he noticed a slight indentation half an inch deep on his own blade. Jake pulled back to inspect his blade before focusing on the gray ether halo coating his enemies. Sharpening ether? But of a higher rank than mine. Ignorant. The Nawai woman sneered at seeing him so relaxed. At that very moment, Jake felt a sharp sense of danger and contorted his torso obliquely at almost 90 degrees. With his head turned upside down, he saw a fur-covered creature magically sprout from his own shadow and close his jaw in the gap where his head had previously been. Having its jaw shaken by its failed bite, the monster did not give up and adjusted its trajectory, this time descending on his legs still rooted in the same place. At the same time, 2 clawed paws took shape out of the shadowy mass and approached from both sides in order to impede him from repeating his feat. Oomph! Jake snorted as he heard Chinnen and the other female barbarian charging at him while he grappled with the creature. He kicked upward obliquely while keeping his right leg firmly on the ground. With his momentum and flexibility, the amplitude exceeded effortlessly that of a splits, and his torso contorted backwards accompanied the movement until it went past the leg rooted to the ground. At last, he let his last leg on the ground take off and turn, and his initial kick evolved into a backward salto. The monster's lowered mouth and fully focused on his waist did not notice any of this. This kind of feat would have been impossible for a normal human, except perhaps for the most outstanding acrobats. With that incomprehensible movement, the creature's claws closed on the void, while its fangs sank regretfully into the dry earth as a merciless hand pressed the back of its skull with immense power. The monster never had time to comprehend the fabled magic trick he had just been subjected to. Jake reappeared above the monster and stomped down on its head with his boots without giving it time to recover. The sound of shattering glass echoed through the woods, and a bestial howl of agony erupted immediately afterwards, sending all the birds flying within a league around. Only then did Jake realize he was dealing with a wolf. However, this was no time to wonder where it came from. His other two assailants were upon him. As he expected, the wolf scattered in wisps of dark smoke after Jake had blown its brains out with his boots. The warrior Svara bit her lip in fury at the sight, and she hurled a tomahawk straight for his heart, nearly hitting her ally in the process. Chinin ducked out of the way at the last moment while Jake deflected the tricky weapon with his machete. The tattooed player then charged again, taking advantage of this window to close the remaining distance. Unfortunately, this was without counting on Jake's abilities. Like the first time, he slid down into the ground and reappeared like a ghost behind the young woman. At the same time, chains of rocks encircled Chinin's ankles, followed by his legs. When he became aware of his situation, he was already embedded in the solidified earth up to his waist. What the fuckng hell kind of witchcraft is this? He raged, struggling with all his strength to free himself. His tattoos emitted a new flash of light, and his already congested muscles swelled again. The rocks surrounding his legs cracked, but a new layer of rock immediately reinforced the damaged area. Meanwhile, Jake tightened his fingers as if to form a knife and slashed horizontally at the neck of the unaware young woman. The whiplash cut off her breath, and she momentarily blacked out. Yet, before collapsing on the ground, she managed to catch herself by taking a step forward and turned her head towards him, shooting him an outraged glare. Jake frowned, somewhat puzzled. Even though he hadn't put all his strength or used any ether control in this move, he hadn't really held back either. This girl was much tougher than he had estimated after her axe throw. With her huge broken axe, which was now just a wooden bat, Svara attempted to retaliate with a cry of revenge, but the dizziness caused her strike to be off by a few centimeters. Fearing to kill her this time, Jake breathed in deeply and depressurized the air around them with his telekinesis. The vacuum bubble created, Svara, who had already emptied her lungs with her yelling, quickly began to suffocate. She dropped her axe and decisively abandoned her thoughts of revenge. She turned around and tried to run away. After exposing her back, that was all it took to finish the job. Jake grabbed her legs with earthen handcuffs like Chinin's a moment earlier, causing her to stumble. Maintaining the vacuum bubble around her, he glided across the floor to reappear in front of her like a specter. Then he punched her solar plexus, ruining any hope she had of catching her breath. She fainted a few seconds later. Boom. Die. Miraculously, during this time Chinin had managed to free himself. He now looked like a little tattooed Hulk with his clothes ripped off, except that it was definitely not his natural appearance. The result was grotesque, and Jake noticed that some of the huge veins had burst, forming large hematomas under his skin. Stop it, you can't win under these conditions. I flat out outclass you. Jake said plainly. It wasn't arrogance, it was the truth. These players were not weak, but they suffered from a crucial handicap. Their oracle ranks were inferior to his. Even if the bracelet didn't work well on this station, predicting the actions of other players was extremely easy as long as the link to the oracle system was not completely severed. His oracle rank extended to his every action and intention. The traps he had made were impossible to anticipate through their shadow guides. As for their ambushes and other tricks, none of them had the disarray effect. Yet Jake disdained to use the prediction function of his bracelet. He had been caught out so often that he trusted she to give him the feedback he needed in crucial situations. So he hadn't lied when he said he was completely overpowering them. Even if their oracle ranks had been superior, he would have crushed them all the same. You still underestimate me. Chinin growled, blood trickling from his mouth and eyes. An intense aura of green light radiated from his wrist until it enveloped his entire body, and all his wounds closed completely. Better than that, his body seemed to have adapted to his new condition, for his deformed veins and muscles did not tear again. Oracle Heal. Jake exhaled in surprise. He had just realized that this Oracle device skill was far more of a cheat than he had previously thought. This was not a simple healing, but the restoration of a healthy state regardless of the reasons. The Oracle Heal did not care about the reasons for these injuries. All that mattered was that the person activating the spell recovered well. Since Chinin's body was still in this state, it had simply been healed so that it would become his new normal state. Whether it would have any adverse effects when he returned to his normal form was hard to predict. Yeah, Oracle heal. I wasted my one instant ordeal heal just to kill you. Chinnen cackled madly. Is this guy retarded? Jake muttered, completely ignoring the umpteenth threat of the player in front of him. Having made no real effort at discretion, a vein popped up on Chinnen's temple, and he let out a furious scream before pouncing on him, causing a crater to open out in his rear. This time Jake didn't take it lightly. Since you won't surrender, sorry, but the adventure shall end here for you. Clutching the handle of his machete with both hands, Jake assumed the kendo sha no kami stance, sideways, legs spread wide, machete lowered and pointing back. His strength, agility, and constitution ether rocketed into his arm, generating a myriad of warm colors, while the gray ether of his claws and fangs merged with his blade. The air hummed as a telekinetic force field shrouded his body, giving him even more power. Completely blinded by his frenzy, Chinnen rammed into the death zone like a speeding car, and Jake lunged forward, releasing his stroke with a thundering roll. Chinnen's giant, body-built figure continued to jog a few steps past him before coming to a complete stop. Then his body split into two halves, severed from his left hip to his right shoulder. Chinnen was all but dead. Chapter 4:21 Post-Battle. Enforcer Chinnen Taisho and Svara were defeated by Jake Wilderth while carrying out their duty. Having survived his execution twice, Jake Wilderth gains 2 reputation points. Jake, who had been hoping to extract some intelligence from Chinnen, flashed an expectant look when he heard the announcement. This morning, the monster's victims had been announced by the robotic voice. Since only their defeat was mentioned here, it seemed that Chinnen was still breathing. Svara would remain unconscious for a few more minutes, so he approached Chinnen's severed body half, where his head was. Chinnen, who had deflated back to his original form, glared at him, still alive only because of the support provided by his high constitution and vitality. Though, he would die soon if nothing was done. Amused, Jake crouched down beside him and gave him a sympathetic look. What a shitty luck you have. Jake snickered with a glint of compassion in his eye. Because of the slanting stroke, his right arm had been separated from the rest of his torso, left dangling by a flap of flesh and a few broken ribs to both legs. This detail would not have been so poignant under any other circumstances. Regrettably, it turned out that his oracle device was on his right wrist. With Chinnen still alive, the bracelet was only lying there for the taking. I will, Chinnen tried to stammer something, but Jake forced him to lie back down. Shoo, don't worry about it. I'll take good care of it. Jake whispered in a low voice as if he were telling him a lullaby. Your sacrifice will not be forgotten. Jake then palpated the tattooed player's body and clothes, and winced as he found nothing of interest except for his fluid card. Ultimately, his attention returned to his 2 tattoos. One was a larger-than-life brown bull, while the second looked like some sort of half-horse, half-lizard creature with deer antlers. If he had been a bit more into Chinese mythology, he would have recognized a Kirin. The 2 tattoos still emitted a faint afterglow, and as he peered into their eyes, Jake had the unsettling sensation of being spied on in return, as if both tattoos were alive. Should I skin him to retrieve the tattoos? Jake muttered, not caring about Chinnen's gurgling in agony. The poor guy seemed extremely panicked, and despite his critical condition, he found the strength to wriggle for a final confrontation. It was useless, of course. His face was deathly pale, and advanced signs of cyanosis were gradually creeping over his face. He would enter a coma any moment. Yet, during those few minutes, the futile stance of the defeated warrior quickly got on his nerves. He re-wrapped a vacuum bubble around his skull and moved the time of his final coma forward by a few breaths. Quiet at last, Jake then slammed his bracelet against Chinnen's, enthusiastically snatching up the modest sum of 16M ether PTS along with half a kilo of liquid alloy. It wasn't a life-changing fortune, but it was still quite a decent haul. He then hesitated to scalp the skin area holding the tattoos before eventually deciding to go through with it. Based on Sarah's experience, there was a good chance that those tattoos and his bracelet would be returned to him upon his recovery. The only downside was that he would probably have to pay a steep price. But this was none of his concern. With his machete, he had no trouble carving out the corresponding portions of skin, and surprisingly, both tattoos immediately relinquished the dead flesh once it was separated from its original body. To survive, they sought out the nearest life source in Jake, who to them beamed like a sun, turned out to be their natural choice. Unable to resist, the two tattoos crept onto his skin in search of a new home. As for their former host Chinen, as far as they were concerned, he was already dead. Fortunately, she was on the case, and with his bracelet and spirit body's cooperation, they managed to lock them in a piece of liquid alloy. His AI reassured him shortly afterwards, explaining that these tattoos were some kind of artificial spirits with no intelligence. Overall, it was a shortcut to power with few drawbacks. The only catch was that removing or replacing them could be tricky. Generally, the older the symbiosis, the more difficult it would become. For players who drew their power from these tattoos, the limited skin surface area would quickly become a major bottleneck to their progress. Perhaps unsurprisingly, Chinen died, eaten away by regret a few minutes later. The fun part was that until the bitter end, he didn't regret attacking Jake, only underestimating him. Until his death, he remained a moronic jerk. A few seconds later, the robotic voice rang out to inform the rest of the townspeople of his death. He was definitely in the grip of the corruption. She commented dispassionately, as he stared at the evil rictus on the face of the deceased. Yeah, unfortunately, I'm afraid I didn't escape that either. Jake shook his head in an attempt to calm himself down, with little success. Normally, I wouldn't be this sadistic. Believe it or not, I actually enjoyed the kill. Did you only use your ether core? The Oracle AI inquired with concern. I did. It was better, but not perfect. If the fight had gone on for another 10 minutes, things might have taken a strange turn. She remained silent after his clarification, pondering over all the clues. If it's what I think it is, don't use your ether core again unless it's an absolute emergency, she declared sternly. Remember the digester soul you absorbed when you first came to the mirror universe? I told you not to do that again because you would gradually become like those creatures. I didn't tell you everything, but your level of authority isn't enough yet. Just remember, it's much worse than you think. Sensing that there was a big secret behind this, Jake promised to try his best. She's overly dramatic tone reinforced his resolve. Now that they were sharing their minds, he could feel the pessimism and despair that never left her, and these feelings had just intensified. Let's go check on Svara, Jake said to take her mind off it. Turning to the sleeping Nawai woman, he shouted, I know you're awake. If you want to stay alive, you better give me a good reason. The barbarian woman abruptly opened her eyes, flinching as if someone had just stepped on her foot. She looked around for her axe, but then she remembered that she was still encased in a rock tomb. This one looked vaguely like the mound of earth from a red ant hill, or even a small volcano. Except for her head, which stuck out like a sore thumb, her entire body was trapped inside. I ask the questions, you answer, Jake commanded chillingly after finding a round boulder to sit on. Spotting Chinen's bloody, partially skinned corpse behind Jake, Svara nodded hurriedly in obedience. Is your name Svara? Yes. Why did you attack me? Jake got to the heart of the matter with the second question. I needed more fluid, and I wanted to improve my ordeal rating. She stated simply. My primary target was Tayar. I came over after I was done with him. You killed him? Jake promptly regretted his question. He hadn't heard an announcement, so the hunter was definitely still alive. No, I forced him to sign a contract with me. Svara chuckled haughtily. My role is tanner. I have priority over the hunter's skins and furs, but Tayar and the other two hunters tried to rip me off. So, you're telling me you spared the one who ripped you off, but you tried to kill me just for some fluid? Jake found it hard to believe. It was just plain ridiculous. Taking a deep breath to compose himself, he forced her to look him in the eye and asked another question, the most crucial one. Who voted against me, Tayar and Peter Brady, and why? I get it for Peter. He's an asshole. As for Tayar, he ripped you off, but you said yourself he wasn't the only hunter. Svara broke the eye contact and she nervously looked around for an escape route or even a savior passing by to no avail. When Jake pressed the tip of his blade against her throat, she abandoned her futile effort. Sighing, she said, Peter because he attacked Susan yesterday, and you guys because you were the only ones absent. To be honest, a few villagers objected. Kawani and Daryl defended you, and the Inquisitor refused to vote. The reason you were chosen was because of Gordon Mason. He convinced the natives to vote against you and Tayar. The bailiff. Jake squinted as he visualized the mealy-mouthed officer. It would seem that their first bad impression was mutual. The truth, however, was actually much simpler. The officer simply feared him. The soldier had seen him fight Avi Shanmin, and it had left a deep impression on him. The mere idea of Jake being one of the monsters was enough to give him nightmares. If you want to live and continue your ordeal, sign a slave contract with me. I promise to end the contract at the end of the ordeal and not to give any orders that could endanger your life. The faint hope occupying Svara's heart abandoned her at once when she heard the terms of her release. A dizzying sense of helplessness almost made her pass out again, but the cold, impassive gaze of the man in front of her caused her to bite her tongue to stay awake. She mulled over her other options, but soon concluded that none of them would be satisfactory. Ostracized by her own people because of her superiority in battle over most males, she had no allies to rely on. Eventually, she was forced to accept the deal. The slave contract between player Svara and player Jake Wilderth has been signed by both parties. Svara is hereby enslaved to Jake Wilderth from now until the end of this ordeal. The rock imprisoning her turned to sand and crumbled to the ground right after. 2-hour collaboration. Jake cheered as he shook hands with her. Chapter 422 Madness. A moment later, Jake and his new slave Svara were back at the outskirts of the village. Just as he was inviting the young woman into his humble abode, the robotic voice rang out for the umpteenth time that day. Enforcer Avros Valruk has completed his duty and executed the criminal Tayar Zebek. He gains 1 point of reputation. What? Svara was caught off guard by this information. She had spared him and secured a deal with the hunter only to have him murdered by another enforcer moments later. All her efforts had been nullified. Who's this Avros? Jake asked as he tried to remember a dude with such a name with limited success. I didn't know him either. I first noticed him during the voting. Svara apologized meekly. Is his official role known? No. He stays in his house all day and doesn't talk to anyone. The Nawai woman hastened to reply. Never mind, I guess. As long as he doesn't come to mess with me, that should be fine. Jake shrugged the individual off his mind. He had plenty to worry about as it was. Once inside, Jake guided the young warrior to a nearby rickety pine chair. He placed a glass of water in front of her, then began a much more thorough interrogation than the previous one. With the new slave contract, he no longer had to worry about her hiding or altering any information. In the end, he realized very quickly that he was making life difficult for himself. By borrowing her fluid card, he could easily access her information. First of all, he transferred 5M of fluid units to himself to make her pay the price for her affront. This was also in Svara's interest. Thanks to the previous announcement, everyone knew that she had been defeated by Jake. With Chinen dead and her alive, she also became a prime suspect, especially if they were seen hanging out together afterwards. Therefore, making her pay a certain price was the least we could do to justify her being spared. Cross-referencing her previous answers with the contents of the fluid card, Jake was able to confirm that she was telling the truth. Her only role was indeed Tanner, and the card she had drawn that morning was an event card named Prison Break. Not having found a prison, or even a police station in the village, he deemed this card useless. For now, at least. Tanner was indeed a production role. She could produce a variety of accessories, tools, and armor from the leather she generated, and like the witch Kawani, creating these items was child's play. Unlike the primary food-related production roles, however, its appeal was much more limited. Still, depending on the length of this purgatory, participants might have to change their clothes. Jake then inspected the fluid card of the recently deceased Chinen, and for the first time that day, he was able to laugh. 10M fluid units. That jerk hadn't even bought food or water. After spending a night in the pit, he had probably spent the morning sleeping before going to vote. With that extra money, Jake was already halfway to the 50M goal required to qualify for the second round. On top of that, with the exception of his rolls, Jake was able to collect his other and used card. The tattooed player had an enchantment card named Unbreakable Lock. The point of this card was not so much in its usefulness as in what it implied. Jake hid absolutely nothing in his residence, but the existence of this card taught him that breaking into other people's homes was possible with the right key or other methods. As for the card itself, its function was clear. All he had to do was apply it to the door of his choice, and it would become impossible to break into for the duration of the round. The only way to thwart this card, if possible, was to use another card with an opposite purpose. On the other hand, even though Jake did not manage to take on Chinnon's roles, he learned everything he needed to know about them. This addressed many of his unanswered questions. It turned out that Chinnon was much luckier than he was. His initial role was indeed comedian, but it was a very special role. The role itself had no feature, but allowed its owner to draw 3 additional role cards at the beginning of the round. Like an actor, the comedian could assume his roles as he wished, but only one at a time. If he changed roles, he would lose the previous one permanently. The first role Chinnon played, and rightly so, was healer. This allowed him to heal any non-lethal wound once per cycle, except amputation. This was how the player had healed from being impaled after falling into his trap. The second instantaneous healing was triggered by an Oracle heal. As for his temporary enforcer role, Jake had already learned all he needed to know from Svara. This status effectively allowed the enforcer to attack targets with the criminal status for 1 day. If an enforcer was able to eliminate a criminal during that period, he or she would retain the role permanently. This was not necessarily good news for him, for it meant that in the medium run the number of enforcers might become very high if 3 more enforcers were appointed at each vote. "Stay with me tonight, Svara," Jake ordered after learning and retrieving whatever he was interested in. "What do you mean? I'd rather die than be humiliated." The Nawai woman fumbled for words with a flushed face. Jake paused as he gauged her reaction before catching on. "It's not what you think. Maybe another day, but not here." He teased her before quickly reverting to his serious self. "I just want to test some of my theories." "Oh, yeah." An awkward blankness settled between them, but they soon got used to each other's presence. Even though she was only his slave for the ordeal, the Oracle system made no difference between temporary and permanent. Jake had only promised to avoid putting her in danger, so he could effectively give her any order, even the most inappropriate. "You should bed her while you can. It's not healthy for a man to abstain for too long," she suggested with an excitement far removed from her previous brooding mood. Cough. Jake cleared his throat and pretended he hadn't heard anything. Inwardly, he was tempted. Who didn't want a pretty, obedient SEX slave ready to indulge any fantasy? Just thinking about it, strange scenes began to occupy his mind, and his breathing quickened dangerously. At that moment, insidious thoughts that he would never normally have had began to arise, such as, "After all, she is my slave, it's my right." Or, "I'm sure she wants it too." Ruby, Sarah, and even the 2 sisters showed up in succession in his mind with increasingly suggestive poses, and even she eventually joined the group. When Jake looked again at the vulnerable Svara, none of his former poise and composure could be seen. His lava veins were exposed, and the whites of his eyes had turned completely black. The aura around him was murky and evil. "Jake!" Svara probed warily as she took a few steps back. "Jake, wake up!" she yelled sharply, snapping him out of his trance. Jake shook his head and bolted outside for a breath of fresh air. It was a close call. For the first time, he took the threat of this corruption seriously. Is there any way to resist this influence?" he pleaded, sweating buckets of sweat. He was still shell-shocked. Paradoxically, the lack of an answer scared him more than a simple, "I don't know." She's pessimism and despair was back, stronger than ever, and this time she didn't seem aware that she had forgotten the filter keeping their mutual emotions apart. More vividly than with any words, Jake finally understood what this corruption was. Ineluctable, inexorable. Like time flowing by and never stopping. The changes brought about by this mysterious influence could not be stopped. "But I can at least stall it." Jake reasserted his resolve once again. He hadn't come this far to give in to his primal urges like a lowly animal. Contestant Oren broke the rules by attacking contestant Ingrid Jepsen at 3:27 p.m. during the cycle day phase. He will be punished by being sent to the pit. The sentence will be carried out immediately. If he survives his trial, he will reappear in the central square of the village in front of the fountain. As if to demonstrate that he was not the only one affected, the announcements multiplied during the rest of the day. By the time night fell, 6 more villagers had been sent to the pit, and Jake realized that the monsters were not nearly as dangerous as their own selves. Jake took Svara home at dusk, after confirming that it was indeed possible to spend the night with another villager. The ban on going out at night remained in effect, though. He then shut himself up at home, sitting by the fire to relax and think of a solution. When the next morning dawned, Jake still had no idea how to resist this pervasive corruption, but he felt calmer, more at ease. The robotic voice then heralded 2 more victims and 1 survivor at sunrise, and a new cycle began with its share of unpleasant twists and turns. Chapter 4:23 Another Contract. This time Jake happened to know the survivor. The man who lived through his night attack was Gordon Mason, the bailiff. It seems that by his conduct and ambition he had alienated some people. By habit, Jake then checked the status of his ordeal missions. The list of people to protect had only grown longer, Kawani and Svara having joined the restricted club of people under his protection. Upon discovering a gray name in the middle of that list, his laid-back face dimmed again. Lily was dead. Tim and Daniel wouldn't be happy about that. He just hoped her death hadn't occurred in their presence, or they wouldn't be able to forgive themselves. Tim's luck tended to extend to those he wanted to protect, but there was a limit to it. In the face of the unfathomable power of this game's creator, it would be commendable if the teenager managed to protect himself. Because of Lily's death, Jake had lost his opportunity to get a perfect rating on this mission. Regardless, there was nothing he could do about it, and he hoped the Oracle system would have some measure of common sense regarding the final verdict. Because of this tragedy, Jake was at a turning point. He could choose to put all his efforts into protecting those still alive, or he could add new people to that list, and preferably people who were in the same rounds as he was, so that he would be able to step in if things went wrong. Since the Oracle system was basically a supercomputer devoid of emotions, it was quite likely that the number of people saved mattered more than the number of losses. Ultimately, Jake chose the second alternative. If someone wished to be saved, he would do his best. Of course, he wouldn't sacrifice himself for free. For a fluid fee, he could combine business with PLESURE. With his plan decided, Jake drew another roll and challenge card, and this time fate took pity on him. The card he drew was exactly what he was looking for. Challenge card. Save a villager from a monster attack. Rewards. Letters of nobility, a prerequisite for the role card, Lord. He didn't know what this Lord role was yet, but based on the feudal definition, a lord had to protect his serfs against a set amount of taxes. It was definitely a role for the strong, and one that suited him perfectly. Svara, draw a role card if you haven't already. Jake ordered Svara remotely through the bracelet. YM. Okay. A sleepy voice complained from the other side of the line. After a short silence, she declared with renewed glee, I drew the musician role card. A shame. Jake sighed as he tried to mask his disappointment. It would have been too good if she too had drawn the card he needed. What does it consist of? Lazily, Svara transferred the card's contents directly to him, so he could peruse it in person. Card roll. Musician, legendary, can bewitch up to 1 creature, monster, or villager per cycle with his or her instrument, if the conditions are met. On monsters and villagers, the instrument may not be enough. Requirements. Musical instrument plus sheet music plus ability to play the given instrument. Jake drew a cold breath. It was a good card. Its properties matched its title as a legendary role, but the requirements for obtaining it were just as strict. While the effect on participants was unpredictable, the guarantee that the spell would work on any creature was a complete game changer. There were not only giant boars in the forest. Even so, once enough of them had been tamed, they would become a powerful force to be reckoned with. Arguably, Jake assumed that this role was perfect for players like Will who were heavily reliant on charisma. If he could infuse this type of ether into his tune, the odds of a successful spell would certainly be increased. All that remained was to hope that the businessman could play an instrument, or that he was a quick learner. Keep this card for now, and try to get a musical instrument. He finally instructed the young woman. You can go to the carpenter and see if he can make that. All right. Jake sensed her rancor, but he ignored her grumbling. He was starting to realize that there were no silly jobs in this monster game. As the game progressed, the importance of each role became clearer, forming a complex synergy. This morning, he did not go to the forest. Instead, he made a new wooden sign and wrote his new offer of the day on it. Close protection day and night. Price negotiable. It's you. Jake gasped as he recognized the intoxicating figure outside his house. With her long, shimmering dark hair, her full bosom, her skin pale as snow yet with a healthy glow, her fleshy lips and ruby irises, It was impossible to mistake her for anyone else in this village. She was the one who had called back to order the little girl who had pounced on him. Sarah would have instantly recognized her as the gorgeous woman leading the vampire faction with Wyatt. Separated from the other Lily and the rest of her gang, she had lost some of her magnificence and appeared to be haunted by an affliction only she knew about. She was still wearing the same burgundy satin dress, and despite her flawless makeup, Jake noticed that she was showing signs of dehydration and malnutrition, which should be impossible. Hearing someone call her name, the young woman interrupted her reading and frowned as she recognized the newcomer. "Are you the one who wrote that sign?" she asked, filled with misgivings. While her face held a faint hope earlier, her defensive attitude told him that she had already changed her mind, no matter how absurd it might seem. "It's indeed me," Jake replied placidly. "If you can pay 1M fluid units, I'll protect you without fail until tomorrow morning." "That's expensive for such short-term protection." She crossed her arms indignantly. "That's the price." Jake grunted apathetically. "Like I said, I'll protect you from anyone. Being a player yourself, we can sign a contract which should be an excellent token of trust. You keep me healthy until tomorrow morning, and you'll get your million, I promise." She swore coldly. "Now let's sign the contract." "Wait a minute." Jake held up his hand, dampening her spirits. Those weren't the terms. The deal was to protect you no matter what the cost from all enemy threats. Guaranteeing your health under any circumstance has a completely different meaning. A troubled look, slightly tinged with anger, flickered across the young woman's features, but she quickly regained her icy composure. 2 million, she snorted, gritting her teeth. 3 million, and you can't maim, poison, or kill yourself in any way. If you prevent me from protecting you in any manner, the contract will be void and I keep the fluid. This includes. Upon hearing the enormous number of clauses in their contract, the young woman's competitive edge vanished instantly. She thought she had a chance to rip him off, but she realized that the man in front of her, despite his bully looks, was more devious in business than the most evil hucksters she could remember. In the end, she reluctantly signed the agreement. Jake could scarcely believe his luck. Such a bargain. Was there really such an insecure player that she was willing to pay 30% of her fluid to survive just one extra night? His hunch told him that there was something fishy going on, but the offer was too good to pass up. "What's your name anyway?" Jake realized he still didn't know who he was dealing with. "Carmen." The young woman didn't bother asking who he was. After all, his name was on the door. Perhaps his performance the night before was the primary reason she was willing to visit him. With the contract signed, Jake went first to Kawani's house to pick up his share of potions, and in exchange sold her the bulk of his previous day's pickings. He then went to Susan, the butcher, to get rid of his boar carcass. He then continued his shopping spree and exploration, chatting with any villager willing to converse. All the while, Carmen followed behind him silently, her perfect body shaking imperceptibly. In the course of the morning alone, the robotic voice sounded 5 times to announce infractions. Since the beginning, close to 15 participants had already gone to the pit at least once, and the process was only getting faster. Jake himself had to plug his nose with 2 cotton balls to avoid being influenced by the pheromones of his protege. The ordeal may have been in full swing, but a heady fragrance, full of promise, followed her wherever she went. It was as if staying presentable and attractive was more important to her than achieving a good ordeal rating. A few minutes before the noon vote, Jake also ran into Peter Brady, somewhat dumbfounded. Brady had survived the pit for the 2nd time in a row. Nevertheless, he had lost most of his swagger. Dressed in rags and barefoot, he wandered the streets with a vacant stare and no concern for anything. The next moment, Jake caught sight of the crowd gathered around the fountain, and he confidently looked for a free seat among them. His arrival attracted the attention of some of the villagers, including Gordon Mason, the bailiff, who practically shat his pants when he saw him. A few murmurs were exchanged, and when his identity was made known, most of the attendees shrank away from him with frightened or apprehensive faces. Jake sneered at their reaction, but he was more than happy to have an entire side of the amphitheater to sit on. Kawani joined him just after with a flutter of anticipation. "You really came? You've got balls, I've got to admit." "I came. Let's see if they still have the guts to vote against me in my presence." Chapter 424 First Infraction. Jake did not hold back his voice while making this declaration. The party concerned shriveled in his seat and shuddered in horror as the Murtharian glared at him with contempt. I did what I had to do. Gordon shrieked like a madman before realizing that he had just discredited the serene and cryptic persona he had built in the minds of the natives under his command. Monsters like you are too dangerous and shouldn't be let loose. I saw what you did to our general. Jake didn't know whether to laugh or cry upon hearing this accusation. True, compared to Rivians who were 5 or 6 feet tall, his body type was indeed out of the ordinary. Whether it was his height, claws, fangs, or hair color, he was closer to an abomination of nature than he was to the natives. You see, he doesn't deny it. Soldiers, fear not. As long as we let the truth be told, justice will prevail. As terrifying as he may seem, he is only flesh and blood just like us. His skin is not bulletproof, and he needs to feed and rest. If we keep voting against him, we'll eventually get him. Listening to the bailiff's long diatribe, Jake had to admit that this obsequious officer had guts, or at least a strong survival instinct. And yet, he felt a dull anger rising inside him. What had he done to deserve this? Since the beginning of the round, of the ordeal itself, he had done nothing but mind his own business, intervening only when a system assignment demanded it of him. The truth was, other than exchanging a passing glance, Jake and this officer had never interacted before this monster game. Under the honeyed officer's exhortations, the 40 or so natives under his authority went wild and suddenly found themselves emboldened out of nowhere, but oh so fleetingly. Acutely irked by the insults he was receiving, Jake discharged a fraction of his apex predator glyph into the plaza, and a murderous aura rippled through the large square. The weaker natives who had not yet activated their fluid core immediately shut up, as if their mouths had just been stuffed with an egg. As for the other soldiers and fluid wielders, they too fell silent, clutching their weapons warily. The gold medal for the most pathetic performance was undoubtedly given to Gordon Mason, who fainted out of sheer terror on the spot. This incident had far-reaching consequences. Contestant Jake Wilderth broke the rules by attacking contestant Gordon Mason at 11:56 a.m. during the cycle day phase. He will be punished by being sent to the pit. The sentence will be carried out immediately. If he survives his trial, he will reappear in the central square of the village in front of the fountain. Damn it, Jake cursed through his teeth. The cobblestone floor suddenly cracked open beneath his feet, revealing a bottomless pit. All the spectators held their breath, expecting to see him fall, but it was a very different scene that unfolded before their eyes. Even Peter Brady, who had been on the receiving end of it twice before, stood up straight in his seat, his eyes almost popping out of his head. Jake levitated above the abyss with indifference, as if he were treading on a glass floor. Nice try, he sneered as he peered into the chasm beneath him. As if the robotic voice was answering his provocation, it announced flatly, "Criminal Jake Wilderth refuses to be taken into custody. Initiating enhanced protocol." The cobblestone floor then opened further until the entire square became a huge abyss, and Jake felt an immense pull dragging him down. "Fuck, I won't go down without a fight." Jake roared defiantly. All the mental energy usually packed into his spirit body exploded at once, and he took off like Superman, releasing a supersonic wave comparable to a jet plane. The runes on the ground handling his capture were caught off guard by this twist, and although the gravitational force intensified, it was unable to counteract his staggering momentum in time. Eventually, the force pulling him down disappeared, and the cobblestone floor closed in, releasing a dejected groan from the depths of the pit. Jake landed again a minute later, prodding his toes warily as if the ground might give way again. This time, no one dared to make any comments, not even the other players. What he had just done was an impeccable response to a threat that no one understood, and more than one participant were already taking notes. At high noon, an urn appeared in front of the fountain in the very same spot from which Peter Brady had resurfaced from the pit 2 days earlier. At that moment, each villager present took out his or her fluid card without regard to the previous incident, and stowed it away a few seconds later. Time to vote. Kawani nudged Jake gently as she saw him remain unresponsive. "But how? I forgot you were out of town yesterday. You must have missed the announcement." "A vote? Tab becomes available in your fluid card from noon to 1 p.m. Despite your absence yesterday, I thought you still voted. Well, I didn't. Jake grunted mortified. If he'd known it was that easy to vote, he wouldn't have missed it. Accessing the name list of the participants, he unabashedly voted against Gordon, who had encouraged the natives to vote against him. For the 2 remaining votes, he used the second one for Avros Valruk, who had killed Tayar yesterday, and chose to keep the third one blank. PSHHD. If you have any votes left, use it against Ostrexera Damon. Kawani whispered in his ear as she saw him put away his fluid card with a dissatisfied look. What? Jake asked out of simple curiosity. So far, Kawani hadn't seemed like the kind of person to hold grudge. Just trust me. I'll explain later. Okay. After using his last vote, Jake shut himself up again and waited like everyone else for the ballot result. The fun part was that he hoped Avros would attack him now that his enforcer status was permanent, but it didn't happen. The latter seemed to have been either cowed by his earlier prowess or was simply hatching other plans. To tell the truth, Jake still didn't know what he looked like. It wasn't until Kawani pointed him out that he could finally put a face to the name. He was taken aback when she singled out a young blonde man in his late 20s, rather tanned and athletic with a surfer's look. His cap, shorts, and t-shirt had the Quicksilver logo on them, which made him look like an Earthman despite his strange name. The player was quietly eating a sandwich away from the crowd, almost as shunned as Jake and the 2 women sitting next to him. From time to time, he would throw a teasing wink at the pretty female participants, while he would flick the finger at the other men leering at him a little too insistently. Did he go shopping on New Earth, or is he really a pure Earthling like us? Jake inquired without hiding his skepticism. I managed to talk to him a bit. The young Native American woman snorted dismissively. He's Australian, and he makes zero effort to fit in. He's exactly what you'd expect from his attitude. Apart from local English, he speaks no other language. He's a loner, and let's say it, a fucking asshole. His actual name is probably a fake. Jake scanned the Australian one last time before losing interest. If this guy wanted to come after him, he was free to try. The hour passed without any twists and turns except for some name calling and the indignant cries of Susan, who had been groped again. Apparently, this was not considered an offense by the game's AI, which made it extremely difficult for her to fend off her ever-growing number of stalkers. The butcheress had proven she had plenty of fight in her, but if she fought back too hard, she would be the one to end up in the pit. Jake didn't step in to give her a hand either. Everyone had their own share of trouble to deal with, and there were plenty of ways to get around these rules to make them pay. The noon vote took place in the village square. The villagers present voted against Jake Wilderth, Kawani, and Svara, suspecting them of being monsters. Please choose 3 new enforcers. Avros Valruk retains his role. Listening to the robotic voice's announcement, Jake showed no emotion, but he couldn't say the same for Kawani. Is it because I'm hanging out with you? The Native American woman exhaled with a deep sense of injustice. Exactly. A soldier shook his head with pity. Jake recognized him as Carl, the confessor. Too bad it's too late. If you had agreed to reveal your first role, we could have avoided all this. What a shame. Jake remembered that the confessor could indeed ask for a villager's first role each news cycle. He could do this privately or publicly, but the interviewee could not lie. Carl could indeed have removed them from suspicion, but Jake didn't fall for his little game. He had plenty of time to question them when they arrived, but he didn't. After all, he too was a native under Gordon's jurisdiction. Jake didn't have to invent an answer, as the urn showed up again for the second vote. This time he voted for himself, Kawani, and Svara, who was the only one not present. Unsurprisingly, his efforts failed, and 3 more enforcers were announced. However, the result turned out to be different from what he had imagined. Chapter 4:25 The Role's Meaning. The 3 new enforcers elected until the next vote are Wako Tyne, Fong Sun, and Laxmini. The 3 names were unknown to the crowd, and Jake had to admit he was somewhat disappointed. Monitoring the crowd's actions allowed him to single out the 3 lucky ones with surgical precision. Their giddy reactions, far from being an effusion of glee, reminded him of the dread and outrage an innocent man would feel if he were sent to the gallows unjustly. Why am I an enforcer? I didn't volunteer. A young soldier barely of age with a shaved head immediately panicked when he heard his name. He groveled before the bailiff, hugging the bottom of his pants and refusing to let go. Get off of me. You're embarrassing us. The rogue officer snarled maniacally, trying to shake off the intruder with a few stiff movements. The urge to deliver a few well-felt kicks was not lacking, but it would result in a trip to the pit, something he absolutely wanted to avoid. Wacko, stop it. This is a waste of time. A female soldier with latte-colored skin patted his back and helped him to his feet. You don't have to be afraid, she added, seeing him refuse to let go. Jake identified the woman who had just interceded as Laxmini, another native. Feng Sun was also a Rivian, but was part of the Titan Pearl's technical staff. I have to admit, it's a bummer. Jake clapped his hands softly in praise of their courageous display. Your colleague is right. You don't have to fear me. I'm allowed to defend myself, not attack you for no reason. As long as you stay out of my way, nothing will happen to you. The soldier clinging to his superior officer's boots instantly stopped whining. Raising his head, Wacko saw the jeering looks of the spectators and realized the absurdity of his conduct. Covered in shame, he simply dried his tears and ran out of the village. See you tomorrow. Jake waved his hand to the crowd and strutted out of the main square under the wary eyes of the other villagers. Carmen walked after him, but when he stopped a few seconds later, she nearly bumped into him. Jake turned his head one last time to Carl and Gordon and claimed menacingly, if I was one of the monsters, and I mean if I actually was one of them, keep an eye out tonight. Carl, who had been able to remain steady until now, immediately became livid, while the sly little officer, who had barely regained his composure after that long hour of voting, miserably lost control of his bladder. For one long minute, all that could be heard was the unmistakable splash of a trickle, but Gordon was already past caring about all that. When he finished his emptying and fell shakily into a pool of his own pee, Jake laughed and went on his way. Gordon blacked out again when he heard that laughter, an ignominy that would haunt him in his worst nightmares. Jake feared for a brief second that the game's AI would hold him responsible again, but this time it left him alone. The officer had truly passed out on his own. A few minutes after leaving the square, Kawani, who had tagged along, unexpectedly brought up, "Did you notice Carl's reaction when you threatened him?" Jake and Carmen nodded thoughtfully. The way he watched for the Inquisitor's attention for a fleeting glance. Jake inquired casually, "If I'm not mistaken, Carl works for the Inquisitor. He just wanted to know if he could count on his protection." "That's bad news, isn't it? I mean, if you are the monster." Kawani teased him gently before realizing her allegation. Jake paused and stared intently into her eyes. "You think I'm one of the monsters?" he asked coolly. Kawani, who was usually quite at ease, momentarily lost her confidence. "No, I mean, would you tell us if you were?" she finally retorted with her own question. "No," Jake replied impassively before starting to walk again. "You're not one of the monsters," Carmen uttered icily, speaking out for the first time or so since the contract was established. "What makes you say that?" "The roles," she spat enigmatically. "The initial distribution of the roles may seem random and based entirely on luck, but that's not entirely true. Most are, but not all. Develop." To be fair, Jake was also buying into this theory. Some roles were indeed more useful than others, but some were so crucial that they required a certain skill set beforehand. For example, the witch role seemed like a perfect match for the Native American Kawani. He didn't know how she fought yet, but she seemed to know herbs and concoctions long before the round began. Tayar, the hunter, also seemed to be an expert with a bow, and it was clearly not the first time he had hunted. Conversely, someone like Jake could fill most of the roles, but Forest Warden was definitely the one that gave him the most freedom. Not everyone could take on this role and make the most of it. For one thing, the forest was dangerous, and voting against the Forest Warden was enough to eliminate it or threaten it. On the other hand, Jake was not given an omnipotent role like comedian or monster either. Overall, the creator of this purgatory seemed to have rigged the dice to make the game more interesting, but still respecting the inclinations of his players. Following this logic, the monsters were probably either murderers or people with the potential to be so. The purgatory was a place that judged sinners, and this monster game, with its rules and corruption, was the perfect tale for revealing the true nature of everyone. Carl took on the confessor's role. His residence is the village chapel, Carmen explained with a superior air. The fluid wielders who form the Inquisition are probably a religious caste or sect serving or controlling the consortium. The six brotherhoods don't seem to worship any gods, but the fluid masters and grand masters of renown are highly respected. They are the closest thing to a deity, and many people worship them. How do you know that? Kawani asked, not really convinced. She felt foolish for not noticing until now. I've been chatting with some of the passengers. Carmen replied evasively without going into too much detail. Jake ignored the two women and continued to explore all possibilities. If the first role isn't completely random, it's not impossible for him to worship the Inquisitors. Jake finally concluded before adding, but does the Inquisitor know him? There were 8 of them to begin with, and they seemed to be on their own mission. I'd be surprised if they interacted with the passengers, let alone the Titan Pearl soldiers. Unless Carl is a mole placed here deliberately, Jake stated with 70% certainty. The second possibility is that someone in his family or another acquaintance is a high-ranking fluid wielder. The last possibility is that they didn't know each other before this round, but the Inquisitor decided to use his influence to weave a web to his advantage. I find this hard to believe, though. The Inquisitor was the only person at the vote who actually didn't vote, and it was reportedly the same yesterday. Indeed, if there was one person Jake distrusted, it was not the bailiff or the confessor, but the indecipherable Inquisitor. At least, he was the only native in the round with any chance of killing him. After establishing their conspiracy theory, Jake and Kawani parted ways, with Kawani deciding to lock herself in her house. The bailiff had the key, but she was confident she could defend herself against the 3 selected enforcers. Jake then went to the tannery to visit Svara. He asked her if she wanted to join them for safety or go her own way. In the end, she refused, saying she had to process the skins and furs she had acquired this morning as soon as possible. It was fortunate that after Tayar's death, the other 2 hunters had become much more courteous and reasonable towards the girl. Having negotiated a fair deal, she could now start her business. By questioning her a little bit, he was able to verify Carmen's theory. Svara came from an Awai tribe whose technology was archaic. In many areas, it did not go beyond the Stone Age, but in the field of textiles the young woman was exceptional among her peers after having survived a very unusual first ordeal. The first ordeal was often a warm-up that went straight to the new player's biggest deficiencies. Already knowing how to fight, it was her almost debilitating ignorance that the ordeal tackled by making her study all sorts of crafts. The young woman didn't just know how to sew and make clothes. She also had some decent knowledge of blacksmithing, weaponry, farming, and other areas. She had also learned to read and count during that first ordeal. Before that, she was ashamed to admit it, but she was nothing more than a beautiful monkey with fluorescent hair. The rest of the day went smoothly, with Jake providing protection for Carmen, who grew paler and more feverish as the day went on. He did try to get her something to eat, but her condition kept getting worse. When he ran out of ideas and darkness fell, Jake offered her to stay at his place for the night, which she graciously accepted. Had he known beforehand what kind of cure was required to help her, he probably would never have invited her to sleep over.